Oh, yeah. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Sin Bin Podcast, Season 3, Ep.5. And of course, we're live and direct in stereo with all the sinners up in his house. We got Sinner JP, also known as the Mexicant. We got Sinner Mr. No Fact Check Sasado, also known as Tyler. And of course, we got Sinner Tony, also known as the Shiner. And I'll be your host, the Toxic Sinner, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, my Cinecine scenes?
What up?
Yeah.
Yo.
Yes, we know we're a little bit late on this one. Why did we even cancel last show?
Tony got called into work.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, emergency services.
That
Good
was
times.
Crazy. So you were the asshole that was shutting off everyone's power and nobody could wash their filthy asses and shit. It's crazy.
I'm also the hero though, so you got to remember that.
Yeah, you play the asshole and you play the hero at the same time. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I know due to life circumstances, we're about a week late here, and but we're back here. Of course, since we took a week off, it has turned into partner month, and we can actually disclose all the partner releases that came out for Vinegar Syndrome for June. But before that, what are your guys' thoughts on the secret title reveals from the halfway
Refresh
to
my memory what they are.
Yeah, what were they again?
They were the Mangler and Corpse Mania.
No, it was Human Lanterns.
Oh, Human Lanterns. Yeah.
Or was it Human Lanterns?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. At first, I was upset because I'm like, great, like 2 more upgrades, but the Human Lanterns seems like a nice and like actual substantial upgrade with like extended gore sequences, a Cantonese version with like a new alternate ending that's completely different that no one's ever seen before.
Why did I think it was Corpse Mania? Where the fuck did that come from?
Because Mike brought it up. Like during he's like, anybody seen Corpse Mania? I think he was like looking into buy it or something.
Oh, that's probably why I got in my head. Yeah, Human Lanterns, of course. But that's cool though, man, that there's kind of a different cut, different ending to the film and shit like that. So that's always a plus, you know.
Mangler though, who gives a fuck?
I mean, I was pretty happy with just the standard Scream Factory Blu-ray. I mean, it's the Mangler. You know, actually, I think I rewatched it again. I want to say maybe about a year ago. It's okay.
I like the Mangler, but
it's fine. But do we need like
I don't need to buy it again?
The Mangler is like I don't know. The thing about the Mangler is like the short story is like so basic, and like I would never think like, oh, this could be a whole feature length film. You know what I mean? So it's just like one of those movies where it just feels like it's overstuffed. And it's like over 90 minutes, I think, like that. I think too. But I actually don't think I own the Mangler. Maybe I do. I can't remember. Maybe on DVD. So like I wasn't super bummed about it, I guess. But yeah, the Human Lanterns one I didn't own at all. And now I get like an even better version. So that's kind of cool.
Right. It's a good movie, but yeah, looking forward to watching the other cut. But yeah, I got to say I was a little bit disappointed with the Mangler. I'm like, if you already own it, it's like, do we need a big plush edition of the Mangler? Probably not.
Yeah, the only thing that's extra on it is like a new featurette, and that's it.
Right. And the fact that it's 4K with insane packaging. It's like
I'm sure it's gonna look fucking insane in 4K.
Probably.
Especially that one, because that's such a dark movie.
Right.
So it's probably just going to look really good, especially on like an OLED screen.
Yeah, so that was the halfway to Black Friday secret title announcements. That's pretty much everything. I don't even remember what were the other titles.
Oh yeah, there's also the VSA, the Sasado.
Yeah, there was the Killer on Wheels. That was a brand new VSA. And then we also got from the Pinky line, continuing along with the Sasado films. We got Volume 4, which has Soft Skin, Save the Last Dance for Me, and Survey Map of a Paradise Lost. I mean, to be honest, I'm not really mad about this. They should have just called the Sasado line at this point because they're really only releasing his films. And
I wish they would have taken a cue out of... They should have done a Severin box set.
Yeah. I mean, they're really kind of...
Yeah, they tend not to do like really big box sets though.
They're maximizing their dollar out of this.
Yeah, they know they can sell 6 box sets and make 6 times the profit.
That's one thing you got to respect with Severin, though. They put out those massive box sets, and like, if you're paying like $100 for one of those things, it's a pretty good fucking deal. Considering these Sasado films are like $60, $70, you're getting 3 films. Severin puts out sets with 17 to 20 films for just a little bit more. It's pretty wild.
But they also have like the opposite problem where they release one movie and it's fucking way overpriced.
Yeah, some of those plush editions, man. Well, it's like it's the Synapse syndrome, man. Like when Synapse, remember years ago when they put out the Demons Steelbook and it was like $75? They kind of set this weird standard. Ever since that shit happened back in like 2014 or whatever it was, prices have just gone way up on plush editions, especially steelbooks. People eat that shit up though, man.
Dude, you gotta stop saying plush editions.
They are plush. That's what
they're
plush editions.
Like fucking little Pokemon fucking plushes.
You're right though. Synapse started that shit, so
they did.
Fuck them.
But it was like, I
don't know, when did Scream Factory's fucking Clive Nightbreed, was that before that? Because that was like the first edition I remember being like.
I think that one was after.
Yeah, that was a plush edition.
Yeah,
are you sure that was after? I feel like that was early Scream Factory.
That was
early.
What was it before?
Well, the Demons 1 and 2 Steelbooks came out in like probably.
It was after the Demons Steel. It was 100% after the Demons Steelbooks.
Yeah, because those ones came out like 2012.
But it wasn't. 13. It wasn't that much later though. It was like the next like summer, next like fall.
But I mean, considering the prices of, media at the time, even like, good fucking quality, extreme editions and shit like that.
Anytime Tyler says it was 100% something, I
know, right?
Want to go check it because
it's a red flag.
It's like the biggest like tell that it didn't happen.
Well, he's Mr. No Fact Checks for a reason.
It became more untrue just by me saying that.
But but you got to remember, like, when Synapse put out those steelbooks,
so that came out in 2013.
What did?
The Demons Steelbook.
Yeah, that's what I said like 12, 13, yeah.
Yeah, I think Nightbreed was 14.
But you got to remember, in 2012, 13, the prices of media were pretty decent. When Snaps put out those for like $70 or whatever, that kind of set this.
They were 50.
Yeah, 50. I think 50.
For the steelbooks, they were $50. Like at the time, that was steep, but it was $50.
But it was still like $25 more than any other kind of like.
And it's still
decent edition
to this day.
Yeah, that's crazy.
No,
right?
I remember like pre-ordering Scream Factories. And,
that's right.
They would start at like $27.99. I'd be like, oh, and by the time they got released, they'd be close to 20. And then the non-collector's editions would be like anywhere from like 13 to like 18.
Yeah. The reason why I keep saying 75 and stuff, I think is because with the shipping, like the conversion stuff, I think it was like $75, $80 for me.
Sometimes those early IFC titles, because I used to collect those at the beginning, like the early IFC titles they put out, those would get real cheap. Sometimes you get those for like under 13.
Yeah,
they like randomly be like $8 on Amazon.
Well, even when Scream Factory first came out, like when they started doing their standard edition, not their slipcover special editions and shit, like those were a little bit more, but the standard stuff were like barely $20.
That's what I mean. Yeah, they're like reliably like $13 to $18.
Yeah, but even Synapse at one point was really cheap. Like their standard editions and DVDs and shit were super. Like I have a massive Synapse collection because they were cheap.
I got into the game, they were already kind of expensive. Like literally, when I got into the game, it was Scream Factory. Arrow was still only overseas, so it was only if you were like deep into it. It had a Region Fleet player,
and that's actually I didn't want to get into that at the time. But the reason why I have so many Region 2 Blu-rays and stuff is because when I was buying Arrow. When Arrow first came out in like 2009, 10 or whatever, when they started putting out their window box editions, those were actually region free. And then they started doing the region lock stuff, and that was probably maybe 10, 11, something like that. So that's when I went region free and stuff. So because a lot of those movies that were being released by Arrow, they didn't have editions over here. That's why I was talking about like for at the time it was important to have a region free player. I get the argument of not really needing one now because so many movies are coming out in region 1, but they're also coming on 4K, which is not locked. So if you can upgrade to that, but there still is movies out there, obviously, that aren't released over here in region 1, but it's definitely a little bit more efficient.
Tyler was correct. It was 2014 that Nightbreed came out, so it was a year later.
So that's what I said. Yeah, I was like, it's probably just a little bit after, but
and then there was also Blue Underground was still a little bit more active when I first got into it. Yeah, and honestly, like Criterion was around. This might sound crazy, but like I kind of think they're more like relevant now than they were then. And that's not even just
I
because,
don't know about
like,
that.
no, well, this is the thing. I feel like the internet, like the way the internet has evolved, like since then, and like you have stuff like Letterbox and Discords. I think like it's like Criterion has like now hit like a larger, like more niche audience because of that than like it ever has.
It's possible. I think like Criterion has went from being like very respected to just another like company.
It's because there's so much competition now, and there's other labels. Like if you go overseas and collect things like Eureka and like Powerhouse and stuff like that, like there's a lot of competitors that are putting out the same type of
Yeah.
films and in the same type of editions for
What I think
for cheaper
Criterion
too.
is like really like doing right now to like try to like I don't think that titles have really changed as much as a lot of people think they have. But what they have now that I think is like really getting people in is they have these Netflix movies that they're the ones getting the rights to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I saw a match show off of some type of TV. I think it was like an anime series or some type of series. And it was a Netflix series that got put out on physical media, like a legit release. I was like, that's interesting.
Yeah, sometimes like Netflix used to release a lot of their stuff.
Yeah, it was like the odd ones. They put out so many films I'd like to see get like legit releases. Like Chainsaw is one of them. Can only get bootlegs of that.
They're so
Yeah,
fucking
Chainsaw. Yeah, there's a lot of
The Ritual is
Netflix
another
titles
one
that
I'd love to see get
I
a
would buy.
Okay, at least for getting K-pop Demon Hunters.
right. The Ritual, that's another one. I think that was a Netflix film. It's really good. But yeah, there's a bunch of shit. But I was surprised to see Netflix.
The Ritual has a Region 2 release, JP, if you ever need
Does
that.
it?
Yeah, yeah, it's just like is it like a studio?
Really
I don't
good
know about that out, but yeah. So
What about the Coldplay or the Cold Prey trilogy from Second Sight?
is everything that Second Sight puts out, or not actually everything is Region B? Because I have a few Second Sight releases that are both A and B.
Yeah, I don't
See,
know
for me,
what the
that
region
wouldn't be
coding is
worth it
that.
because I would only need the third one.
I would actually like to get that trilogy because I just have the other ones on DVD and I like the first two movies. I think they would look really good on Blu-ray.
It's Region B.
They should just everybody should just take the fucking umbrella route and just lie.
You know who does a lot of that too? 88 Films. You know how many times every time? Because
yeah, they do,
dude. I have a
That's
massive.
funny.
I have like the Italian line. I would say out of the first like 80 releases, maybe 4 of them are locked, and they all say Region B. It's hilarious. And I remember one of them being locked. It's Zombie 3. That's one that's definitely locked out of. It's so random, but that might be because, well, their edition came out before Severin dropped theirs, so maybe they had the same type of thing going, so they locked them. I have no idea.
Back when I was getting umbrella screeners, dude, like I mean, I would literally get like 10 a month. Like it was so many. And
I was so jealous when you're getting Umbrella because I've always loved Umbrella.
Honestly, I probably still could. At a certain point, I felt guilty for not covering them like I was when I first started. So I just like stopped requesting things if I wasn't going to cover it. So I just kind of stopped. I don't know. I think they still do. Like, I think I still get like press releases from them.
It might be a little bit tougher just the way shipping prices are now.
Yeah.
It costs a lot to ship shit.
Yeah. I mean, it cost a lot back then, dude. Like, because it would say how much on the package. Yeah. It would be like $50 that they would. So like $50 shipping, and then I would have like 10 titles in there, and it was super dope though. I loved getting those umbrellas, but I think there was like 2 that were locked. Yeah. Any of the DVDs I got from them were locked, but the Blu-rays were always said that they were locked, but they weren't.
Yeah, I have a bunch of really old Umbrella DVDs. I think they're all Region 2 for sure, but yeah, most of the Blu-rays play. Regularly. I think I might have 1 or 2 that are locked though, but
I just don't buy a lot of stuff anymore, and like importing like is just like don't feel like spending the money. It's like so expensive.
Oh dude, it's shipping for me. It's just fucking so bad. Like actually ordering from Umbrella straight from Australia, like to ship 1 Blu-ray could be over $40.
Actually, the last time I ordered from them, they were like fairly not that bad. But like for me, like the UK is always like the worst.
See, the reason why a lot of people used to be like, why do you have so many Region 2? Because when I was buying a lot of shit from the UK back in the early 2010s, obviously the dollar was worth a little bit more, where it's just like, fuck, it's almost 2-1 now. The pound is just worth so much. Even the American dollar is shitty over in the UK right now. But back in those days, like, it was really cheap. It was cheap. It was cheaper for me to buy from the UK than it was from the States. So
same. That's how half of my arrows were. Like,
there
during those sales, like US dollars back in the day, we were getting arrow blues for like fucking $8 to $9.
Dude, I
like
know.
It was that fucking cheap.
Man, there was sales where I would buy like fucking 15 arrows, and they used to have their flat rate shipping, which was 10 pounds. And at the time that was like, shit, man, maybe $13, but I would be shipping like 10, 12, 15 fucking blue. And they would come out to maybe $7, $8 Canadian. It was fucked. It was crazy. And that's why I was buying so many, because I was like, I can't get an arrow. Like, to order from Diabolic, first of all, the shipping was more expensive and they were a little bit more pricey and stuff. So it was just cheaper for me to go overseas at the time, but not anymore. Like, buying shit from the UK sucks now.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, really expensive. Shipping is over, like, oh, it's nuts. It's fucking, but it's the conversion though. Like, it's almost 2-1. So like, you're getting 50 cents on the pound. Fucking nuts, bro. Like, Canadian dollars, I think, at like 74.75 American. So it's way better. But yeah, but it's funny, Tony, because I've had so many people say, why do you have so many Region 2 stuff? I'm like, well, because there was a time.
Because I'm economic, motherfucker.
Yep. Wait for those sales and just stock the fuck up. But I actually just bought Saint Ange, that 2004 movie. I got the Blu-ray. It's a German Blu-ray, but it was $5.
$5.
It's Region 2, so it was like $5. It was on Amazon for like $4.99 plus it was $2.99 shipping, so basically $7, $8, whatever. But
didn't fucking Saint Anger from Metallica also come out in 2004?
Oh my god, the drum and bass album.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did. Strangely enough.
Yeah, it's Saint Ange, A-N-G.
I remember thinking that song was
my lifestyle determines my death style.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the fucking drum and bass album. Oh my god.
I just looked, and so Umbrella used to be, if you ordered $100 from the US, $100 US, it would be free shipping. It's now $200, but they still at least have a free shipping option.
Yeah.
So like, I think that's still like not too bad.
It's those damn tariffs.
Yeah. Definitely.
So I guess we probably haven't, like, some of the other titles that were released during that.
I hate that you can't see what they have on their website whenever it's partner month. It drives me nuts.
Although some of these titles we'll be talking about later because
annoying.
They're going to get reviewed next month for. But yeah, anyways,
I would say Partners Month was ass, bro.
I agree,
dude. I was so
trash.
mad. I was so fucking mad looking through this. I'm like, I get it. Film movement fucking releases a lot of stuff, but they put out like they had like 5 releases this month. It's a lot, considering there's I'm just roughly guessing, maybe like 40 or 50 partner labels on Vinegar Syndrome site now. I would say probably more than 60% of them didn't even release anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Film Movement's putting out 5 titles. It's crazy.
Fucking dude, Bleeding Skull needs to fucking release more numbers. Like, that shit sells out so fast, like every month. Bleeding Skull seriously is like the biggest like fucking quick seller these days.
Bleeding Skull, man, sells really good. VHS Fest sells pretty good too, and that's another one they didn't put out a title this month.
I've never had a trouble getting a VH Shitfest slipcover, but this is like the 4th fucking slipcover I missed for Bleeding Skull.
I've missed one, I think. That was the Fabio Salerno. What the hell was his name in? The fucking Italian director.
Yeah.
I missed my slipcover for my damn movie
one.
2 months in a row.
I think I missed that one too.
That never happened before.
Yeah, but you're right though. Bleeding Skull. I remember you guys were giving me shit one day. I was working. You're like, "Well, come on, pick plate," and then I finally did, and then all the slipcovers were sold out. Shit makes me fucking laugh. It's so funny.
I was like, buy the shit if you're interested.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I passed on this, like, the Ninja Zombie, because Agfa released the DVD years ago, part of their line, and I grabbed it. I was like, do I need to upgrade this to Blu-ray? It's a Super 8. I watched it. I actually reviewed it years ago, but it's really
a 92
fun.
movie.
Yep,
I might have watched it for 92. I can't.
It's super fun, but I just can't imagine it looking much better for real.
It's 1 extra inch on the bottom of the screen.
Oh God.
Yeah, but anyways, man. So Vinegar Syndrome partner only month is live and direct right now. Here we'll just quickly name off some of the titles because this month was serious ass balls. Like all of us barely picked up anything, which is pretty crazy.
You would think that this is the month they would actually like do something.
I picked up one like title that I was waiting for a sale on. I picked up that Connie title and I picked up our title for review, and that was it.
Yeah, it was crazy. I picked up so little stuff. I actually went back through the archives and grabbed the doll from the Super Club 8 label, which I've been wanting to see that movie for years. So
yeah,
I kept forgetting to grab it, and I was like, "Shit, man, I better grab it before it sells out." But anyways, so from Icarus Films, we've got A Game for Six Lovers. Your guess is as good as mine.
What kind of game?
Yeah. From Connie, we've got A New Love in Tokyo. I thought this movie looked okay. JP differed on that when he said it looked like shit, but it looked.
That's what Tyler originally wanted to do, right?
Into it.
Yeah, the pervert movie.
It does look like a pervert movie, actually.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, the image on the trailer just made me like not want to see it.
It's interesting because they say it's marketed in some territories as a sequel to Tokyo Decadence from 1992. I thought that was interesting. So from 1-2 Special, we have A Poet.
1-2 Special. What do they specialize in again? I feel like that's the first time I've heard this partner label.
So 1-2 Special is an independent film based in New York. That's all it says. It doesn't even give you a description.
I'm gonna see.
They specialize in ambiguity.
Yeah. Yeah, they're so ambiguous they don't even tell you anything.
This is their second release. They're actually our new label. They earlier this year they did that like Romanian Dracula or something. Where actually is this from? Oh yeah, it's Romanian. So yeah, they have 2 releases this year, and that's it.
Okay. From Kim Stim, we've got Crimson Gold. I think this is. Oh yeah, it's from 2003. I don't know anything about this one. Not a clue. So I don't really know much about Kim Stim, to be honest. Then with the first of many from Film Movement, we have The Dark Valley. I think this is like is it a Western like revenge film? Is that what this one is?
I don't know. I typically don't really like this line.
Yeah, I think it's it's like came out in 2024, so it's like a modern Western. Yeah, it says the village.
It's German.
Okay,
it's all modern stuff. And I have to have a real compelling reason to buy a modern movie.
Yeah, it's something I'm not really, and a German Western. It's amazing. That's awesome. From Saturn's Core, we've got Dead Hunt. I know Tony has a story to tell about this film. I've never actually seen this one, and I was very kind of taken back that it's from 2007 because most of their stuff is from the 90s, early 2000s, but 2007 is getting up there. So
yeah, it's almost 20 years ago. How crazy is that?
So how do you know about this film, Tony?
So I used to chat with a guy who worked like behind the scenes on it back in like when it was being produced or whatever, and he just offered to give me a free DVD if I was to write a review for the website. So I did. And it was like ended up being like one of the only reviews I ever wrote for like an internet website in my entire life. I think it was like that and like one other thing. So yeah, Dead Hunt, the most random movie on the planet. I still have that DVD too.
Do you remember it?
Yeah, I mean,
is it good?
It's just it's like a meta slasher. It's just a bunch of like online movie critics meeting together in like a fucking warehouse for like some convention meeting, and then there's just a guy that's there picking them off one by one. It's super standard, super low budget, but it's pretty fun. Yeah. It's got like a bunch of old like Don Dohler like classic actors in it, like George Stover in it. It's okay if you're into his movies. I liked it.
Oh yeah, it makes sense because they're from Maryland.
Yeah, it's a Baltimore thing.
Right, from Baltimore. Yeah, right. Cool. That's interesting. All right, so from the film desk, we have Diane. It just looks so bad. I'm sorry. Oh man. This one I thought looked okay from Dark Sky Films. We've got Drive Back. This one actually sold pretty well. The slipcover sold out. The standard edition has about 360 left. So people are digging this one. And it's like really modern. It's 2024.
That slipcover is actually pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's actually nicer than the artwork on the standard artwork's okay. I don't mind that. Like the color scheme on it, but basically the storyline is a couple returning from their engagement party must escape a sinister and seamlessly endless road. So it's kind of one of those. We've seen a couple movies like this, but it does show a dude holding a knife. So I don't think it's as like cerebral as some of the shit that we've been watching. What was that one that we just watched, Tyler? The one with the fucking road one, where it's just they're driving and driving and driving.
Oh, it ends.
It ends, yeah, yeah. Right.
Why would you ask Tyler? It was literally my number 2 of last year.
I forget what that was.
It seems like more of a Tyler movie.
Yeah, I think that was the one that shocked me that you had that high on your list, man. It's crazy. But Drive Back doesn't sound really that bad, but who knows?
My thing about that is that like we do deep dives in all these like newer years. The fact that neither of us have ever like heard of or even seen Drive Back doesn't give me like the highest of hopes.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel a lot of the time with these modern movies.
It's so true. It's so true. Next up here from several features, we have Erotic Nature, the films of Pierre Cretin. Is this like, holy shit, this is really long. It's like 364 minutes. It's a bunch of films, I think.
Yeah.
Wow,
a whole retrospective.
Yeah, okay. Rebuild impressive work with an intimate focus on people, animals, nature, and eroticism. It just
sounds lame.
It sounds dirty.
It sounds like something I could not get into.
Putting animals and eroticism in the same sentence is not a good idea.
Yeah, I think it literally he's filming animals humping is what he's doing.
Right.
Yeah. Factory 25, we've got The Gits, not the grits, The Gits. The Gits. I think this is like super.
I'm gonna get you.
That's 2005/25. Okay. I don't know. What's 20th anniversary? So yeah, 2005. It is a punk rock urgent under recognized band. So it's like it's about a band.
Yeah, it's a 20th anniversary of the Gits.
A documentary tracing, of the Gits. Okay, don't even know the band.
Same.
Again from Film Movement, we have Happy End. Slipcover is kind of funny, and this one sold really well. Slipcover sold out. Wow. Standard edition has 262 left. So obviously, some people know some shit that we don't know.
I've heard of this movie, but I also was hoping when I saw it, there's a Miko Haneke movie I haven't seen called Happy End. It's one of his more recent ones. I was hoping it was that, but it wasn't.
Okay, so this is like a modern Japanese film from 2024.
Yeah. I have heard of this movie, but it's not enough where I'm remotely close to wanting to buy it.
Yeah. Interesting. Next from Shudder, we have Lucky. Man, Shudder's been such a bust. Again, this one's selling really well. Slipcover sold out. Standard edition has 381 left. Did you guys watch Lucky?
No.
I can't remember if I did or not. I generally try to watch a lot of the stuff that comes on Shudder, and most of it is not buys for me, but
I feel like I started Lucky like 3 times and fell asleep in the first 10 minutes and then just quit.
But man, Shudder has not been putting out any films lately. Like modern films, like exclusives and shit.
It has been kind of a shit year for them, hasn't it?
It has, man. It's been crazy slow. I think I've only watched 1 or 2 even on there.
Well, never mind. There's a few that I've liked. Forbidden Fruits I really liked.
Oh, actually, I gave Lucky like a 7. So apparently I like this. Interesting.
Yeah, you like it. And you missed out on the slipcover.
Oh, well, not something I'm going to buy anyways. From Bleeding Skull, we got Ninja Zombie. Again, this one is selling like hotcakes. Slipcover gone. Standard edition has 215 left. Doing big things, man. Doing big things. It's a fun film. Then we got from ETR Media, Nintendo Quest 64, fucking YouTube documentary, most likely. Canadian International Pictures, we have the other French New Wave Volume 2. These are like Tyler movies, if I've ever seen them. But 67, 69, 64, and 64. Yeah.
How much of the Canadian line do you actually collect?
Dude, I only have like maybe 4.
Yeah.
4 or 5. Yeah. I actually never really buy them. So this one kind of annoyed me, man. I've been looking forward to like another Magnolia release. So it's from Magnolia Pictures, and we got Redacted. It's a fucking De Palma film.
This is I don't know what this Afghanistan movie.
Yeah,
Iraq movie.
Yeah, I've had no ambition to see this thing. I remember reading about this thing years ago, and I was like, really? I'm like, I don't have the ambition to see it. So
same. I don't care.
No, didn't care. Yeah, it's from 2007. From Dark Star, we have The Serpent Skin. Is that considered like 2026? This one?
Yeah, it's new.
Yeah, I think this one's on one of the websites to watch, but it's like a love story shit, isn't it? Like a romance type thing.
It's definitely a romance like centered, so I've been kind of like not watching that type of shit.
Okay, what the fuck? After escaping her transphobic hometown, Anna meets tattoo artist Jen. His name is Jen.
Oh, Jesus.
They bond over shared supernatural abilities. Okay, this is getting weirder. But Jen's tattoo work accidentally conquers a demon before the romance can bloom.
Why does it say it's a guy?
Yeah, I think it's a dude. Oh, wait a minute.
Nah, I think they're lesbians.
Oh, yeah, I think they are lesbians now that I look at the picture.
Why did you assume it was a guy?
The name Jen.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Why would you assume a
because it's spelled Gen, not Jen.
Oh, yeah, like the French way.
Gen just reminds me of like a guy spelling, but Jen, Jen.
Oh yeah, like you just saying the word Jen. Obviously, we're like, oh yeah, Jen.
Yeah,
but me visually seeing how it was spelled, it looked like a guy.
Gen is like Genevieve, so maybe not.
Yeah, it could be. It's funny. I knew a couple girls. I actually dated a girl named Genevieve, but we all called her Jenna. So not Jen. It's weird. Yeah, I saw that on one of the websites, and I was like, weird romance shit. I'm like, no. Next up from Film Movement, what a surprise. We have Some Nights I Feel Like Walking.
God, they really did release fucking 20 movies this month.
It was fucking pissing me off when I was going through. I'm like, what the fuck? They spaced them all out like you wouldn't fucking catch on to that. Every single every third release was a fucking Film Movement release.
I was noticing that too, because like I'd see Film Movement and be like, not Film Movement classics.
No, there is no Film Movement classics all month.
Yeah,
it's all Film Movement. It's crazy.
I like them, but I don't give a fuck about Film Movement.
From Umbrella Entertainment, we have Suburban Mayhem. This slipcover is that same artist that's been doing all these ones. I don't really like these artworks, but
I love that artist.
I think is it the same guy that did like the troll stuff? It's got to be, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, this one's from 2006. Manicured and manipulative, the teenager mother exists in a world defined by petty crimes, seduction, sex, fast cars, and suburban mayhem. You know what? If you just read it like that, it doesn't sound that bad. Because it is Australian, so it probably has a lot of cuss words in it and nasty shit. But yeah, 2006, I don't know. It's okay. Music Box Selects, Suspended in Time. Does anybody actually have any Music Box Selects releases?
Nope.
No,
I do not.
Let me go check. Actually, I'm curious.
What else have they released? I've never actually. Because they release. Oh shit! They released a fucking lot of stuff. Oh yeah, they released that Alleluia film, which I missed out on. It sold out one. Oh, and Summer of Fear too. Not two. Summer of Fear, the Craven film.
Yeah.
This is a weird label, dude. Like Alleluia, that was like a modern film. And then of course Summer.
I don't have a single one of their releases.
Summer of Fear is of course the film with Linda Blair. But then
I have their original before they were a partner label. I have their original Summer of Fear release.
Yeah, I've got that one too.
I've got a Heavy Trip. That's a good movie. You should watch
I
that.
don't have any of these.
Weird. It's a weird line though. Like it's got shit all over the place. It's got shit all over the place. Like it's got some music stuff on there. It's got, yeah, it's really weird. Interesting. Okay, so next up is from Film Movement. What a surprise. We've got Thebe.
Thebe.
Thebe. It's literally Thebe. It's from 2014. What company? Powerful set in the land of Lawrence of Arabia. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, thank you.
So it's Arabic.
Yeah.
They say Arabic.
Yeah, I think Thebe is probably not a very funny word to them, but it is to us.
I don't know what that means, but Yellow Veil Pictures released 3 by Wojciech J. Haas. I don't know.
Wojciech Haas.
Oh yeah, this is a Tyler set right here.
This is the guy that did the Hourglass Sanatorium.
Yeah, yeah, right. Okay, I recognize the name right away. I can't pronounce it though. Yeah,
just like
it's Polish, right? Polish director.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Polish. Yeah, it says right here.
So then maybe I buy this like it was on sale. Oh, it's all the movies. I have all these movies. They just put them all in a box.
Oh yeah, it literally tells you the Hourglass Sun.
Yeah,
man, this thing is 406 minutes. Like it's a decent set for.
Yeah, it's 3 movies.
Yeah, $50. I mean,
and one of the movies is 3 hours long.
Right.
But yeah, I have all these. I've seen all these. This is Yellow Veil then, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't look that bad.
Yeah, Hourglass Sanatorium is like one of my favorite movies I've discovered in the last like 3-4 years.
Watermelon Pictures, To a Land Unknown. Watermelon Pictures. Who came up with that?
Yeah, let's look them up again.
Someone who likes watermelon, I would assume.
They're also a
oh my god
new label.
I missed
this is another Arabic film. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, this one, yeah, they're definitely a new label. Okay. Then we got one from IFC Films. We've got Tornado in 4K. This is like 2025. Oh, this is the one with Tim Roth, right? Okay.
I've never even heard of this movie.
That's crazy. When her father's puppet samurai show is ambushed by a notorious gang, Tornado vows to seek revenge and forge her own destiny by stealing the gang's ill-gotten gold. I think Tim Roth is like the leader of the gang, and Tornado is, I think, a female, like she's the daughter. And yeah, it looks like it's set back in the day also.
I assume Tornado was the Asian person.
Yeah, it's a daughter.
That's cool. Sweet if Tim Roth was just called Tornado.
Oh, it's right on the cover. She's holding a samurai sword. Fuck. I didn't even really look at the cover. All right, so from IFC Films.
Yeah, Tim Roth looks wild on the cover.
Yeah.
I didn't really notice that. I didn't like connect that with him. Damn, dude, he looks fucking like Alex Guinness is Obi-Wan in the original Star Wars movie.
Damn, that's old.
A little bit, actually.
Sorry, Tim Roth, you looking old as fuck, man. You old.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the young buck that he was from Reservoir Dogs.
I've seen movies like where Tim Roth is like 18 years old from the early 80s. So it's like it's wild seeing him as an old man also.
Oh, I've seen a few films with Tim Roth, like his early 80s
that movie
stuff.
Like The Hit, I don't like, that I always talk about, my least favorite Criterion I've ever bought. He's like crazy young in that. He's got to be like 21 years old or under. And he's like, you only recognize him because you know who Tim Roth is.
Right. IFC Unite?
Undine.
Undine, yeah. Wow, this thing sold well too. Shit. Slipcover's gone. Standard edition, 378 left. From IFC, I don't even know this one at all. 2020, modern shit. German film.
Yeah, I don't know it either.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. So we have from Wild Eye Releasing, we have Violator. Didn't someone say wow, this one's selling really good?
Yeah, Dave said it sucked.
Slipcover is gone. Standard edition has 153 left. Holy shit. Like Wild Eye selling some shit out here. So this is from 2018. It's a Japanese flick. So Dave, Parker or Z?
Yeah.
Parker said this sucked?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Did you guys buy it?
No.
Did
you?
Yeah.
Or let me see what he gave it.
It might be okay. I mean, I can't. It's Wild Eye, but it's probably like the decent side of Wild Eye.
Everything that they've released so far has been the decent side of Wild.
Yeah, for sure. They're not taking the raw and extreme line and putting it out on Blu-ray.
He gave it 2.5 stars.
Shit. I've never heard of this one. It's interesting.
Same.
Next up from AGFA, American Genre Film Archive, we've got Voices of Desire and Fly Now, Pay Later. Double feature. I love me some AGFA releases. They release some of the wackiest and weirdest shit. I've discovered so many weird films through them over the years. This looks pretty cool. So from 1969, 1972, combined 136 minutes. We'll be talking about that a little bit later, a little bit more. Not on this show, but. And of course, from Film Movement, WAD, The Life and Times of John C. Holmes. This is an old documentary, isn't it? This isn't the new documentary, is it? No.
Yeah, this is old.
1998. I knew it was. Obviously, a documentary about Johnny WAD himself.
Dan better have bought this.
He probably did. You can see him. Then we got a couple weird little fucking new variant slipcovers. I guess you can buy them with the discs and everything. But we got one for Cannibal Girls, released by Canadian International Pictures. I thought that was such a weird thing to do. Again, new variant slipcover for Cannibal Girls. Then we got one from Factory 25, the Mike Diana Film Collection. Okay, don't even know that one. Then we got from ETR Media, Nevermore, The Raven Effect. So documentary on Raven, I guess. And Utopia variant for Pavements. I don't know about you guys, but I think the new variants is like the weirdest shit. Why would they pick those titles to do new variants? Did they sell that well? They're like, well, the old ones are gone, so we got to do some new variants for this. I think Cannibal Girls actually sold pretty well.
Yeah, they're all sold out. The originals, so they must have sold well. I mean, shit, wrestling fans are probably a bunch of fucking nerds. They'll probably buy these slipcovers for the Raven movie.
Right.
Isn't that just another fucking YouTube documentary?
I'm not sure, probably.
I'm assuming.
It's ETR Media, so you just have to assume.
Right. Yeah. So that's it for the partner label releases.
Oh, there's a couple Degas or VHS releases that you missed.
Right, there actually is.
Since now they're literally just a VHS company and that's it.
I know it. So they released the Amityville Curse on their deluxe LED VHS. Those things are fucking expensive as hell. And they also did Pavements, the LED,
which also got the slipcover.
You know,
what's so special about this movie?
I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, you know, I wasn't really interested in those VHSs until I saw them in person at Wasteland that one time. I think I was walking with JP and I was like, damn, that's what those things look like. They're fucking cool looking, man. But
it's actually about the band Pavement.
Oh, okay.
It's another documentary.
Right. But yeah, like I think the design on those things are really cool. They did a pretty good job.
Yeah, they're really awesome. I just don't need to collect anything else.
No, they're just big and bulky and expensive. Like that, the price on the, like, for me, those things are coming up as $63.
Yeah, that Amityville Curse VHS kicks so much ass.
It does.
I'm looking at it right now, and that movie sucks.
Yeah,
I think it's like actually the worst Amityville out of the original, like 7 or whatever.
Oh, the tape is clear. For sure. Did you guys click on the pictures? The tape is clear. That looks so trippy, man.
Mm.
That's fucking cool, man. Check out the tape. Oh, that's so cool looking, man. I love the designs on these, man. Like the lights are in the case and it lights it up because it's all clear and shit. That's fucking neat. I just said neat.
Neato.
That is so cool.
That is so fucking cool, man.
If only we actually cared about like just collecting VHS as like a hobby.
So are all these tapes clear and then they have the lights inside? Because I thought the outside's lit up, but yeah, I could be wrong.
I think they are all clear, actually.
Okay, well, these are really cool designs, man. That's neat. fucking expensive, but I can see why people would be addicted to buying these because they're pretty unique. Huh.
The ones that they actually release are like good like VHS titles too.
Yeah, because they release some of the shit that they're pulling from like other labels and shit, right? Most of their VHS releases are like that, aren't they?
I'm not sure.
Because I'm pretty sure they released some titles that DeGosser didn't do.
Oh yeah, yeah, they definitely have.
Like before.
Oh yeah, like
Nightmare
before,
Sisters.
Yeah, Nightmare Sisters was one. Yeah, because that would have been on Saturn's Core, right?
No,
Unless it was the
no, that was VS proper.
Regular Vinegar Syndrome.
Nightmare Sisters.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! I'm thinking. Never mind. I'm thinking the other one.
Psycho Sisters.
Psycho Sisters. That's all you thinking. Wrong one.
Yeah, but overall, just like I had like no interest in this month's releases. I was just like, wow, man. I had to pick like I just to put it. I mean, I shouldn't even have really ordered much, but like I only ordered 4 things, and I was like pushing it.
Yeah, I only ordered 3 things.
I was pushing it, and I ordered 2 things.
Yeah, I ordered Dead Hunt and Voices of Desire and Fly Now, Pay Later. But then I added in the doll because I was like, oh yeah, I need to grab that. And it hasn't been going on sale, so I'm like, fuck it, I'll just grab it now. So
yeah, that came out like really late last year.
The doll?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just kind of missed it and shit.
I'm hoping like I feel like the last like couple months have been a step down because we were like I think
the month we're reviewing now, I don't think this was a good month either. I was like bemoaning to pick something this month.
I agree with you, JP, for like how strong the year started. Like it's kind of like really like plateaued off.
Yeah,
I think these are since we've
months.
been doing this show. I think these 2 months might be the softest 2 consecutive months.
Yeah, maybe.
I think so too, because like those of us who have like had to pick last, like to pick movies, it fucking sucks.
I had to pick
there's
second.
literally like nothing left.
Dude, I had to pick second, and it was like really just like a pick, and apparently this would have been like a contested pick. That's not good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude. It's been
I was pretty shocked actually your pick for this month, but
they need to do another fucking icon scope or whatever the hell it's called. They did 2 right at the beginning of the year and haven't done another one.
Yeah, what's up with that? And they hyped up that Warner Brothers like license like deal. They're like, we got 45 titles, and how many have we seen? None.
2. I think 2, right?
Yeah, just from that.
Yeah, they're gonna hit at the end of the year. They're gonna hit us with like fucking 15 of them. We're gonna be like, oh, that's too many. Come on, stop.
Slow it down.
It's like literally been all fucking cinematograph and nothing else. They haven't.
Yeah, there's been a lot of cinematograph.
ESLs.
Yeah.
The cinematographs, I think,
they're not going to stop because people are eating up that packaging and buying it like crazy. They sell well. I mean, I'm happy for them. I don't personally like them, but that's just me. I don't matter.
I'm just glad they're starting to sell the standards at the day one.
Yeah, the standards would have been the way to go for sure.
I have them all, and one day I might be able to fucking retire off of them.
Yeah, I think so. I think
there's a lot of people like you, honestly.
Yeah,
that like you, they could get in front, and they just couldn't stop buying them.
That's how I feel about the VSA line. I have every single one, and I'm like, shit. You go back into like the first like 20 of them, and they're all gone. And they sold out quick too.
20?
And some of those things were
the first 20, like the first like 40 are like gone now.
Well, I'm saying like the first 20 like sold out like right away.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
I remember the first the first 5 or so didn't have jack shit. I think they had like maybe 1,000, maybe less than that.
Yeah. There was a couple that were like 2,000, 2,500. I think there was one that was like 1,500. And I think they learned right away, like, well, we should probably put out a little bit more copies.
Especially because they're like kind of like promising not to ever sell them again. It's like, this is it. It's like, make it worth your while at least.
I mean, they haven't went back on that though. They haven't re-released any of them.
I mean, they kind of did with Vice Academy.
Yeah, that pissed me off.
And they kind of cheated with the Black Cat 1 and 2. That's available as a points club purchase only. You can't buy it with money.
I saw that today. I was on there looking at that. That's weird. There's a few titles on there like that.
What else is on there?
I don't remember now.
I never check that little section out.
I have a lot of the stuff that
I
you
always
can
just use discounts.
Same. And it sucks too, because like over on like the Melusine side, there's like exclusive pornos that you can buy with your points too, and I'll probably never end up getting those.
So the slipcovers you can redeem with points right now is Mother's Day, Singapore Sling, Tyler.
Is it just the slipcover?
Singapore Sling.
Yeah. So if you don't have a slipcover for these, you can pick these up. Primal Rage, Punk Vacation, which I actually have the original release, the one before, because Punk Vacation was one of the early releases, didn't have a slipcover.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be fine to grab because it never had one before. But anyways, and then Night Train to Terror, those are the slipcovers you can redeem for 1,500 points. For movies that you can redeem for 3,000 points, and they're all 3,000. We have Ninja in the Claws of the CIA.
Okay, so that's another VSA.
That's fucking hilarious.
They can't give that movie
Dude,
away.
this is actually funny because all these are. We have Magic Crystal.
Yep.
Which is actually quite fun. Black Cat 1 and 2.
Yeah, I was looking at that one. I was going to consider buying that.
It's fun. The Demon Rat, which I thought was okay. I was a little bit disappointed in the Demon Rat. And we got Santo versus Dr. Death.
Dr. Death.
Yeah, out of those like Ruben Galindo movies, the Demon Rat is easily the worst one out of all of them.
You know what I was thinking when I saw these, Tony? I was thinking maybe the reason why some of these titles are on here because they might have been damaged boxes, maybe.
Ooh, no, that's a fun little theory. I like that.
Because if they damage boxes and they want to sell them, they took the boxes off the cases and just sell them.
Okay, I get
and just put them on the website.
Yeah, probably
for 3,000 points, redeem them, whatever. That was my first thought when I saw those.
That's $30.
Yeah, so they're kind of making their money. Yeah,
the slipcovers are half that. Like people are spending $15 on a slipcover.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts. It's absolutely insane. The Punk Vacation one's okay. It's like the only one I think in here I don't have, but yeah. What does 8,000 points turn out? Or what does that translate to dollars?
$8.
$8?
Yeah.
$8.
Yeah, 1,000 points is 1,000 points is $10. So 800 points is $8. So 8,000 is $80.
Okay, so that's what the Demon Wind skateboard would cost.
Yeah, $80.
$80. That's actually fucking pretty good. I have the skate.
That is a good price,
dude. I spent more on boards back in the 90s.
Are you actually going to build up $80 worth of points? Like that's the problem.
I usually let off my points.
There was one point I had like 24,000 points on here. It was crazy.
Damn, that's like a whole month free.
I spend mine like.
I've been using them a lot more though. I've been using a lot. Yeah, like a lot of this.
I'll be like, $5 off.
Yeah, I've redeemed for a lot of the shit that's on here. Like I have, the slip mats and I've got stickers, patches. Like I always redeem them for all the type of shit. I
There's
like that stuff.
2 specific times I use mine. One is January 1st when I'm resubscribing and I have to fucking like buy other shit.
Yeah.
And then the other time I use my points is for the April Fool's Day surprise, whatever the fuck that is every year. Because I don't ever want to spend real money. So I just take $20 off and just pay the difference.
Yeah. Yeah, it's mostly like merch and stuff. I'll just like the sale items, I'll use points on that and stuff. Like a couple shirts, couple fucking beanies and shit. I've never paid full price for any of that stuff. So
actually, you're right. I think I did spend points on my stash box that I got from them.
Yeah.
Which I still haven't got.
I feel like that's what the points are for, like all that type of shit. Like, put on merch and other little extracurricular things. I like stuff like that. It's kind of cool. And they do a good job of marketing too. There's like there's some stuff in here. I'm like, whatever, like a whoopee cushion. Do I really need a VS whoopee cushion? Probably not. But maybe I do because that's pretty fucking funny to have. It's just hilarious. Like a Frisbee. That shit makes me laugh too. I think one of the funniest things they have on here is the disposable camera for 3,000 points. A disposable camera.
Yeah.
Did you see the
Disposable
frisbee
camera.
that they had last year that came with the April Fool's Day thing?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
has the fucking like disc thing in the bottom that
Yeah,
you just
man.
put a disc in and just throw to somebody. Like that's literally the dumbest thing anybody's ever invented.
Yeah, dude, that thing was hilarious. I wish they'd put more
No, that
patches on
sounds
here.
kind of cool.
Well, yeah, it's like your buddy's like 15 feet away. He's like, "Hey, dude, check out this fucking movie."
Just bring it out
He's
to
like,
the
"Cool,
field.
thanks,
Bring a
homie."
movie up. It's like taking your movie for a walk.
That's funny. That's funny. Yeah. So, anyways, that's the partner releases. Yeah, not a good month, man. This fucking I was so excited for it too. I think this is probably definitely the most let down I've been from Vinegar Syndrome after a month. I think ever was this month.
Yeah, partner labels, you shit the bed. Like partner label month, y'all should be like showing the fuck out.
Right?
Like this,
Yeah,
like
you
this
should
is
be-
your month.
Yeah.
Where's your
And
good
half
shit?
y'all didn't even have a release. It was like the film movement month. They fucking got
That's
the
what I
memo.
mean. Like this is
Should
a
have been
month
called the
that's
film
gonna.
movement month.
There's probably some people that just never look at the partner labels and like because they don't get stuff this month, they're like, you know what? I'll buy some partner stuff. Like, why would you not like show your coolest shit?
I know,
Right,
right?
like Shudder, like what, a year or two ago for partner label month, put out fucking The Sadness, and
Yeah,
now we're
and that sold
getting
like
Lucky.
so fucking fast. They knew what they were doing.
Right, Premiere, and they didn't even learn from it.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they did learn from it because Lucky and all these other Shudder movies are selling out.
Yeah, but dude, the thing about like Vinegar Syndrome has almost turned like mainstream, you know what I mean?
People
It's
just
like
buy because it is what it
it's
is.
like it's
Yeah.
more about the collecting than the actual like film fan. You know what I mean? Like that's how
Yeah,
it's
Mhm.
I
been
agree.
lately. Like I'm part of all those like Vinegar Syndrome groups and shit. And like the amount of people in there that are just like talking about low stock and stuff, it's like talk about the fucking movies sometimes. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah,
it's cringe as hell to me, dude.
I
Yeah,
agree.
right. I feel like I'd be surprised at the amount of people who haven't watched what they bought, but at the same time, I'm not. Because
I'm
I
not.
guarantee,
Yeah.
like, the vast majority just doesn't watch anything.
Yeah. I mean, I struggle with watching my shit, but I'm always going to watch it. Like
Yeah, I'm like
I never
bummed. Like
buy
how,
something and
like
don't plan on
especially with the
watching
show
it.
being on break. I'm bummed at how little I've watched like the last like month and a half. I'm just like I'm so fucking cooked. Like every day, I can't focus on like watching movies.
Yeah, I'm kind of like with you, dude. I've been having such a bad like go lately where I'm just like I can't I don't even I don't like you it's actually really sad when I think about it cuz like I always watched movies as a way to like escape from the bullshit, but like now it's like I can't even enjoy doing that.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't even escape the bullshit.
Yeah. So it's just
Yeah.
like mad bullshit
I
now.
took those like really slow winter days where I just sat at my desk and watched movies like for granted.
Yeah, I miss that.
Those were awesome days, dude.
Yeah, and you used to pop in the chat every once in a while and say something. I miss those
Yeah, I'm
days.
just like
I know.
Yeah,
This
those
is probably
days
the
are
least
over.
chat I've
Those days
ever
are
chat-
long gone.
This is
Yeah.
like the least amount I've chatted in the entire existence of.
I know. I
being
keep busting your
friends with you.
balls like you fucking. I'm like, do you even like
every
us
time I
anymore?
look at
I
it,
think
just,
JP
every
hates me. He
time I
never
look at
responds.
it, it's like Mike and Dan.
No, that's what you keep saying, and I'm like, I probably don't respond because he probably said that he probably tagged me in a message like literally 2 days ago, and I just never seen it.
Yeah, dude. There's
No,
people like I
there
feel
was
so.
about 3 times where I tagged you. I was literally asking you something. You never responded. And I was like, this guy fucking hates me now.
Dude,
Well, for
I-
one, I have my notifications completely off, so
Yeah.
I don't get any notifications for chats.
Like-
Two, I barely ever go back and read anything now, just because it's like so time consuming.
yeah,
Well, especially in the 22 shots, Mike and Dan are making out in there for
dude,
hours.
yeah.
It's like if you went back and read, it's like it's a novel.
Well,
Yeah.
it started
It's a
pissing me off
Stephen
because
King novel.
I fucking have been yelling at Mike for sharing Instagram links with me for years.
I was
Fucking
busting your balls.
Years and years and years.
Because
Yeah, I
I've
stopped, like,
been in
clicking those
MMA
things.
chats with him. Like I've been in like mostly where I talk to him before he's in like these chats was our MMA chat. And he'll always share MMA shit in the fucking like MMA videos and stuff from Instagram. And I literally have yelled at him for years how I fucking don't do Instagram, bro. Share me some shit that is not Instagram. I don't do Instagram.
Yeah.
Yeah, share a YouTube video.
Although you did post on
Graham.
Instagram about 2 or 3 weeks ago, though, because I got a notification that said Justin Patrick just posted. First time he's posted in a while.
It's on my it's connected to my Facebook. So like sometimes if I don't post the Instagram or whatever, it just automatically posts the Instagram because it was a Facebook post.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even use that anymore.
Oh yeah, okay.
But seriously, dude, like I fucking hate Instagram. Like I like it for like pictures, like friends' pictures and stuff.
Yeah, that's
like,
what I like.
You always post really cool pictures, like of like what you're watching or what's on the show or fucking albums and records and shit. Like that's what Instagram is for. Instagram is not for sharing like articles and videos and shit like that to like things that you want to share with someone. That's like, because what I was saying is you click the fucking Instagram link that he sent. I'm like, oh, let me see the prices of what these box sets are. I click it and it's like, go to our bio for the link. It's like, just fucking put the link on the Instagram. Like that's why I hate Instagram, because it's like now I got to go somewhere else and find the link. Like no,
I see what you're saying. Yeah, because the links on your channel or whatever you want to call it are all in the bios.
Yeah. You know what's crazy about that? Yeah. Like the way that you're bringing this up now, like I feel like people have probably been complaining about that specific thing about Instagram since it started, and they just never fucking fixed it.
I know that I've been complaining about it since day one. And another thing I fucking can't stand is because like in the MMA chat, like sometimes he'll share like videos like of like, oh, this crazy KO or like something happened in some Russian organization or something. And I'll click it and the fucking video will start before I got my volume up and stuff like that. And you can't go back. Like you just have to wait for the video to play all the way through and then replay. And I'm like, this is this is fucking like ancient tech, dude. Like what is going on here? Like I like use Twitter for fucking videos or YouTube for videos or fucking Facebook for videos. Don't share me videos on fucking Instagram, bro.
Yeah,
that's why I was ranting about it today, because I'm like, now you're fucking sharing me Instagram videos in this chat. I told you years ago, I told you 100 fucking times, I don't do fucking Instagram, bro. Pisses me off.
I barely ever click on them, so now I understand what you're saying about having to go to the bio for the link, blah blah blah. Yeah, that is kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
but fucking Instagram has really turned into like a lot of content creators on Instagram don't even really post pictures. It's like all like short videos. Like Instagram has their own editing program now.
See, and that's the problem. The Instagram should just stuck to like I'm sharing like shit that I ate or shit that I'm watching or shit that I'm
that's what it was about. It was just photos.
A photo app. Like that's what Instagram does best.
Yeah, I don't post as much on there anymore because of the exact reason. Like if I'm scrolling through, it's just like it's fucking advertisement, someone's video advertisement, and then a picture thrown in. That's what it is. It's so annoying.
But that was like ultimately the last straw with Facebook, where it was just like, okay, now like I not only like am I complaining about things with like people and just like nonsense that like everyone does, but like I just noticed like half of this feed is just ads.
Yeah,
like, I don't even care about this anymore.
Well, dude, the worst thing is when you're in an election cycle and it's just all fucking people bitching about politics. And
that's what it just seemed like it'd be forever. And I like
there's a lot of politics on IG right now. I mean, yeah, I mean it's not overly heavy. There's just a few people, but there is some politics shit on there. I'm just like, ugh.
I deleted the app off my phone, like just so I in September, and I think it's been a lot better for me. I don't miss it.
I mean, I like certain things about Facebook. Like it helps me like keep up with like the shit that I'm into, like what's going on and stuff, like Vinegar Syndrome or fucking, like movies coming out, or like when I'm scrolling through the feed, I like seeing people talk about movies and fucking shit that I like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Instagram's good.
I honestly don't give a fuck what you have to say about fucking shit that I don't care about.
Yeah. I barely ever go on Facebook. I use Instagram because it does help for shit that I'm buying and stuff, like 90s tapes. When they they don't announce when they're putting the shit up for sale. It just gets posted on their Instagram, right? And then you got to fucking hurry up and grab it that day or it sells out, kind of thing. So that's always good. But it's got like that algorithm though, right? When I open up my Facebook, it usually goes to the shit that I'm always like looking at and stuff. So it's right at the top. So if they post like hours before, it's like right at the top. I'm like, oh shit, 90s Tapes put another album out. So I'm like, gotta go grab that kind of thing. So I like that part about it.
You can set up notifications from like a specific page.
Yeah, for sure. But it's always been like I haven't missed one yet, so it's been pretty good. But yeah, no, there's a few creators or guys, channel, whatever you want to call them on Instagram that are pretty good. Like the Dawn of the Disc. I like that one, because he's always on top of his shit.
Yeah, that shit's cool.
They're on their shit, man. They're always posting, okay, this is coming from Severn, this is coming from Arrow. I'm like, oh fuck, sweet, man. So it's like constant
the other day
updates.
I saw them say, like, dude, sometimes I feel like I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone, or like I'm just getting old, because like somebody had posted like, oh, fucking Peter Jackson says that 4K set of his early films are on the way. I'm like, I commented, I was like, dude, he said that fucking like a decade 20 years and a half ago, man.
Yeah.
Like, and someone else was like, yeah, he did say that a long ass time ago. And I'm like, that's something that we literally talked about in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
dude, I am tired of hearing about those movies on 4K at this point.
I feel like we're never gonna get fucking Dead Alive, fucking Bad Taste, Meet the Feebles. We're never like,
it probably will fucking happen one day, but I'm like, just stop saying shit about it unless it's like on the horizon.
Right.
Like, it's crazy to think that we don't have Dead Alive.
Yeah, I mean,
like we barely even have
out of print.
Right, like the blue like was out for like literally like a month,
and that Blu-ray is not even a true Blu-ray either. Which is the
it sucked. The DVD is like probably better.
It was just an upkeep on the Blu-ray. That's all it was. So it didn't really do much.
Weird titles that like, it's like weird they're not out. Like some stuff, like Clown House ain't coming out because that's like got controversy and shit. But like something like Black Christmas 2006, like why is that not on anything?
Right.
It's not even like that out. Lionsgate.
You know what we should do, JP?
Lionsgate, what the fuck?
You know what we should do? We should start our own releasing company and release Black Christmas, the remake, as our first release, and the slipcover be like flesh cookie material.
Oh,
like that's it feels like flesh.
You're talking my language.
That'd be fucking awesome.
Yeah.
That'd be the coolest slip ever.
I've literally that's like my dream to
actually be like a side loader, like a side loader, but it's like flesh cookies. Oh yeah. Someone's gonna steal that idea right there. It's coming out next week. But
no doubt.
Yeah, it's crazy when you say that. Like Black Christmas, like another one was like Near Dark, a movie that just has had really shit releases.
Yeah, that's finally coming though.
And it's funny that like you notice these movies, but we also like through the time of them not getting more releases, we're watching them like fall into obscurity. You know what I mean? Like I remember
Near
like
Dark
these
is not even like a popular, like when I remember Near Dark was like always a really popular like title, and like now there's so many people who've never seen it.
Right. Yeah. It's like become obscure just because of that.
Yeah. They need new life. That's why these re-releases are good for different generations. For people like we're quite familiar with it, but like these new generation of collectors maybe have never seen the movie because they can't get their hands on it, or they're just not picking up a DVD.
Right. Like, 20 years ago, people wouldn't shut the fuck up about Near Dark. Like people would always mention that movie, like amongst like,
dude, I will still never fucking forget when I walked in, I think it was HNV. I walked into HNV to go buy Near Dark, and I hadn't seen the artwork yet because this is like internet, like it wasn't. Artwork. Yeah, and I fucking picked it up, and I thought it was the wrong movie. I was like, oh shit!
Like, they must have made another Near Dark. No, I remember that too because I have that Blu-ray as well.
I purposely didn't buy it because of that fucking cover.
Oh, it was so bad, bro.
Dude, it's just like some executive at Lionsgate who's like, oh, like Twilight's huge. Like, just put this cover on it. Like,
that's exactly what happened. Exactly that's what happened. They're like, well, this is popular. It'll sell to a different crowd. I'm like, fuck. The problem was it didn't sell to any of the people that actually wanted the movie.
Right. You remember that cover, Tyler?
Yeah, I actually had it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. No, you know what? I actually had a nice one. I found this one in fucking in FYE in my early days of picking. It was like almost like it was a folder. I don't know what you call it. It was like a digibook, and it had
the old Anchor Bay special.
Yeah,
the shiny cover.
Yeah, I had that one.
I've got that.
That's the gold standard release right now.
I've got that one too.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's the best release.
I'd probably get rid of it when I moved to my house. So I just got rid of a lot of my DVDs.
That's a nice addition,
something
actually.
you said today or yesterday, Tony, like stuck with me because like we all hated snapper cases when they came out. Like anything that got a snapper case, we were like fucking lame ass snapper case.
Yeah.
I'm like actually nostalgic for snapper cases now. Like I actually like them.
I'm not.
Like
I don't miss them.
I was thinking about that when you guys were talking about that today. I don't have a lot of snapper cases left because a lot of shit that I've upgraded, I've just gotten rid of my DVDs.
I could not stand those.
So
I hated that.
I don't have a lot left.
When
I am a little
younger,
nostalgic though, because like when I think of snapper cases, I think of like when I was like a kid and DVDs first came out and they were still like new and cool. I remember my dad had a snapper case. Oh, sorry.
Well, snapper cases were like the big.
Yeah, but my dad had a snapper case of Full Metal Jacket that I remember because I saw the
the Cooper collection.
The Cooper collection, yeah.
That's
how my first
Full Metal
DVD
Jacket he had for whatever reason. Maybe he just threw away the other two, but he had Full Metal Jacket. He watched that shit like once a month.
Hell yeah.
That was my first copy of Clockwork Orange. Was in that collection snapper case.
I was so stupid back then, and I hated snappers so much. I actually took the plastic parts out and like cut the plastic out and actually just put them in a regular like DVD sleeve.
A lot of people did that. Yeah,
they looked horrible, and like I felt so bad doing it. I have like a couple in my collection that are still like it, like Dark City. I haven't upgraded that DVD yet, and it's like that, or I've cut it out and everything.
Oh, I have an old snapper case of Dark City too. That's crazy. But then I have the director's cut. It came out in like a regular case, and it's got a different artwork. It's got the different artwork too.
Yep, I got that one.
Yeah, I never.
I think the most famous like snapper case is the Elm Street box set.
Yeah, well, it's still got that one. Yeah, I'll never get rid of that set.
It was the very first box set of snappers.
It was the very first DVD / set I ever bought. I actually bought that Nightmare on Elm Street set before I even had the player. I didn't get the player until like a year later. So it came out in 99. Yeah. So my first Blu-ray or DVD player was in 2000.
And it's still the best Nightmare on Elm Street box set.
My snapper case.
I finally picked up that 4K one.
Of Dream Warriors is signed by Heather Langenkamp. That's the edition I got signed when I met her.
Oh, yeah.
It's just in a bag sitting downstairs like on my ledge. And so it looks really cool. People always get on like, oh, that's fucking cool, man. But yeah, no, it's the one. So
I finally got the standard 4K set too. Groove had it for $50 finally, so I was like, "Now's the time."
Like $60 for mine.
That's a good price. I still have not. I bought the. So I have the set, but I bought the original film on 4K. So I've seen that one on 4K. Have you watched any of the other films yet?
No, I actually got it only a couple days ago.
Oh, okay.
Because Groove just had like a Memorial Day sale.
Right.
First one I'm throwing it in is part fucking 5.
Part 5, yeah.
Yeah, that's unrated.
Yeah.
Even though I've already seen all the unrated footage, but seeing it like in one cohesive thing is gonna be fun.
I have the VHS of part 5 still, and it's the the uncut version. I watched that about I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago. Again, I can't even remember what's different now when I think about it. But
the 3 main things that I remember being different is the Dan at the beginning with the bike. There's a lot more like gruesome, like him like going up his like tentacles and like morphing into him.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Greta death where he's like force feeding her.
Right.
In the unrated, he's like feeding her guts instead of just feeding her food.
That's right. Yeah.
And then
forgot about that.
The comic book nerd is a little bit more gorier in the unrated, because I think in the theatrical he's just cutting paper.
Just cuts
that's all you see.
Just cuts him up. Yeah.
Mark.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the transfers are like on the rest of the ones. So I thought the first one looked pretty good. So, but anyways, should we move on to these reviews or what?
Yeah, I think we're so unenthusiastic about this month. We're just and it's probably a combination of not doing 22 shots.
My big problem this time is that I watched my movie like a week and a half ago, and I don't even barely remember it at this point.
Dude, that's how I kind of feel about mine too. Still feel.
All right. Well, we'll all just try our best here. All right.
It was like 2 weeks ago.
So I predetermined the order as I usually do. So the order for tonight is me, Mr. Sasado, the Shiner, and the Mexican. So that's the order.
That's the game.
All right. So getting into the solo reviews, we're going to take it back to 1982 with a film I'd actually watched for when we did the 1982 prep for the top 10 show on 22 shots. And it's an Australian film called Crosstalk. Did you watch this one, JP, for 82 prep?
No, I don't think I ever did watch that one. And I'd already placed my order when you picked this, and I didn't even notice it. Like, it wasn't one of the ones I clicked on and like was thought about. So, but then after you picked it, I was like, what the fuck did he even pick? So I went and looked at it, and I was like, oh, this actually looks kind of cool. I wish I would have grabbed it. So, but I guess you'll tell me if I should have grabbed it or not.
So yeah, so I didn't really remember this. Like, I remembered the premise of it. I remembered what they were doing with this one, but I couldn't quite remember if I like loved it or not or whatever it was. So basically, Crosstalk follows our main character Ed. He is like he's a computer tech slash, I don't even know, like IT, whatever. So he's basically working for this company to fix this huge supercomputer. So they're having issues with this supercomputer called the i500, and he's been brought in to fix the glitches and shit like that, what's going on with it and stuff like that. Because this big corporation, they've got a bunch of investors and shit like that, and they need to get it out. Or else these guys are going to pull their money out, and it's going to be the end of this big project, and everything's going to go tits up, kind of thing. So anyways, he's putting in fucking work. He's working on this shit day and night. His relationship with his wife is getting all strained and stuff like that. So anyways, one night he goes out for a drive. He gets into a car accident and ultimately ends up in a wheelchair. And so the corporation comes to him and like, hey man, Ed, we really need you to fix the glitches, the issues with this computer system, because we need to have it out by the end of the month. And it's like mid-month. So he's only got a couple weeks. So what they do is they move him into a high rise, and they put the computer in there, and they give him everything he needs and stuff like that. So like, okay, you need to work day and night on this, get the shit out. And so he moves into this high rise, and he starts working on his computer, and the computer keeps like glitching. It keeps telling him that there's problems and all this type of shit, and he can't figure out what the fuck is going on. And then he soon has like this epiphany. He kind of realizes that maybe the computer might have actually saw something. So when he first moves into this place, it's not just a computer system that he's working on. It's actually like a full on like surveillance system. It's got like these cameras, and it's watching all the outside, and it's basically like an early version of like an AI type thing. Like, this thing it's a supercomputer. It has like AI intelligence and stuff like that. So he comes to the conclusion that the computer might not be glitching. It might actually be telling him that there's something wrong. And the computer may have actually just witnessed a murder. And so he becomes hell-bent on this idea that the computer has witnessed a murder, because his neighbor upstairs, he'd met the neighbor, and he no longer can find the wife and stuff like that. So he's convinced, but he's talking to his wife about it. And she's like, no, you're tripping out. You're on medication. You're hallucinating from the accident and stuff like that. Like, nothing's happened. No one's believing him, of course. But now his mission is to figure out if there actually was a murder that took place. So that's the premise of the film. So if that sounds familiar to you, it's because it's basically a more modern version of Rear Window, right, with James Stewart. So that's kind of the premise of the film. So what I'd learned from the special features is essentially this movie is, it's Rear Window mixed with A Space Odyssey 2001 with the super intelligent computer that goes crazy and stuff like that. And also kind of mixed in with like an espionage conspiracy subgenre also. So it was this movie was actually a really big deal in Australia when it came out, because people were doing films like Rear Window ripoffs, or homages, whatever you want to call them. They were also doing Space Odyssey type films. They were doing, espionage and conspiracy films. But this was like the first film to put all those subgenres together. And it really kind of set the ball rolling. Like, it really was a big thing in Australia, and a lot of people kind of roll with that and stuff like that, which I thought was really interesting. So I mean, the interesting thing about this movie, if you're familiar with Rear Window, so James Stewart, same kind of storyline, confined to a wheelchair. He sees the world through binoculars, where in this film you're seeing the world through like monitors and cameras. So it's like an updated like technological version of Rear Window and shit like that, which I think is really interesting. When you're watching the film, you see this computer system, and the computer system's absolutely hilarious to me. It's like an entire fucking upstairs of this high rise. It's so big and ridiculous, but the technology that they're showcasing in the film is actually pretty cool. Like, they have a lot of really cool ideas, like with the AI. So the cameras will focus in on somebody, and it'll come up on the screen, and it'll tell you like it's a female. It'll tell you the age, and like, it voice recognizes, like how we have the technology and stuff like that. For a lot of like probably younger people that watch something like this, you're like, oh, well, we have all this shit that doesn't mean anything. But you got to remember, this is 1982, and the idea of them doing this type of technology is actually quite compelling. It actually kind of does work. And there's something about watching old films, like older films, and their idea of what technology could possibly be. Really intrigues me. It always really intrigues me, because really a lot of the stuff that they're showcasing in this film actually is true today, and we use every single day in our everyday life, which I think is fascinating. So I mean, the graphics and stuff, it is what it is. It's 1982 graphics and stuff like that. But so the whole idea of this movie is really interesting. I think, like I said, it's an amalgamation of like all these different types of subgenres and things like that. But as for like the movie itself, this is where the problem lies. Like, it's got a really cool premise. If you're a Hitchcock fan, you're going to love the premise of this. I think what the problem is with this movie is that it doesn't, it almost needs to overstay its welcome a little bit more, if that makes any sense. It's almost too short for what it's doing. And what I mean by like the mystery of, Ed trying to figure out this, if there was a murder that happened, is pretty intriguing. The computer stuff, and like, how they edited this film, I thought was really intriguing and stuff like that. But I think what the problem is, there's a lot of like unanswered questions, and a lot of like, there's a subplot in the film that has to deal with like the espionage and the conspiracy angle with the company and this murder that happened. And it doesn't flourish that story at all. It actually makes you question more than you get answers for. And I think that's actually kind of a bad thing in a film like this, because you're kind of, you're watching these characters and like, hey, what the fuck is going on? It's kind of confusing in a sense, because they don't really explain a lot, like in between the lines at all. And I did learn a little bit from the special features that, the script was rewritten. I think they cut out a lot of the stuff that would have actually made sense, but it was due to budgetary constraints and stuff like that. So I think there was a lot of maybe that part of the story that was cut out of this, because they wanted to more focus on the Rear Window elements and the computer elements than the conspiracy elements. And I think a lot of that stuff was kind of cut out, and it really does show in the end product, because it'll cut back to like these conversations with the corporation guys and the murder and things like that. And you're like, okay, what? You feel like you're getting bits and pieces of it, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense. And then when it kind of goes down to the end, you're like, what? It's like, what the fuck?
What's funny about you mentioning that is that you're saying how it's like not fleshed out. I don't even remember that fucking subplot now that you're like mentioning it. Like, I know like the amateur sleuthing, and I know the murder mystery. I don't even remember the whole company aspect of it. So you're totally right.
Yeah. And, it's really interesting, because this movie was actually directed by two directors. So the original director was on the movie for 18 days, and he's the guy that shot all the exterior shots. And what I mean by that, like all the footage that you're seeing on the monitors within the film, he shot all that stuff. So when it come editing process, and I think it's kind of cool when you actually think about it. That's what I love about making films, is like you do all this exterior shots, all these things, and you have to sync it up within the film, because as the story progresses itself, you have to have those scenes on the computer screens, and it has to sync up with everything. And I just love the way that that's totally done within the film. But he's the guy that shot all that stuff. And essentially why he got fired off the film is because it's all up in the air. I mean, there's interviews with him, there's interviews with a bunch of different people, and it all kind of comes down to, I think the film was too ambitious. The script was too ambitious, and he didn't really see eye to eye with the producers on cutting a lot of stuff out of it. So they kind of let him go after like 18 days. So this new guy got brought in, and he shot the rest of the film, but he also rewrote the script. He had to take out a bunch of stuff. And I think where the problem lies is within the rewrite. So he basically cut out a bunch of stuff that was going to cost a little bit with the conspiracy angle. I have no idea, but you can really see it in the end product. And yeah, it just kind of hurts the overall film, because if you didn't even have that whole conspiracy angle to it, it would probably be a better film. If you just focused on the murder mystery and the whole kind of rear window angle, I think it would have worked fine for what it was, because there's a lot of stuff that's going on. There's a lot of really good cinema. Like, in fact, this movie was shot by the same guy that did Road Games, directed by Richard Franklin. And of course, Richard Franklin, was a huge Hitchcock fan. And of course, Road Games is known as, it's Rear Window on Wheels, right?
And he did Psycho 2.
And he went on to do Psycho 2, which is, the other connection with Hitchcock and stuff like that. So this guy, he shot Rear Window and he did this film too. And you can really see the cinematography. It's fan-fucking-tastic. And one thing I did learn, that they shot this on a set. It wasn't actually in a high rise, which I thought was really like in a building. But the backgrounds are fucking amazing, dude. They used a light background for the daylight and a night one. It looks so real. It's like amazing what they did. So they wanted to do that kind of a homage to Hitchcock, how he shot all the stuff on sets and stuff like that in the studios. But this one looks really good, to the point where I thought it was actually real. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, really, really good shots throughout the film. Cinematography is great. The whole movie is really cool. Cool concept. It looks great. It sounds cool. I think the technological angles are really cool. But just it falters in, it kind of brings itself down with that whole espionage conspiracy angle and shit like that. So it's kind of a shame. I think the acting's solid for what it is. I think Ed's pretty decent. His wife is okay in the film. Some of the performances seem like they're kind of called in a little bit, phoned in, for lack of a better term, but overall it's pretty cool. A lot of cool concepts that are going on. So Crosstalk, I mean, overall pretty solid film, but it's not something that, it's not going to blow your mind. It's just kind of disappointing. It's kind of disappointing, but it's good, but it's not going to blow your mind. It's just really hard to explain. I like it, but it's just,
it's kind of frustrating because it can be so much better.
That's the thing. Like I said, it's fine that they put that conspiracy, but if they had to flush it out a little bit more, I don't like a film that tries to throw in a subplot and then they don't go anywhere with it. It just kind of confuses you. So It was funny because after I wrote all my notes down and shit, and I was like, I'm going to go read some reviews. Almost every single person said the same thing about the fucking subplot. I'm like, exactly. It doesn't fucking, I'm like, I was questioning everything and people were like, I had more questions than I got answers. And that's not a good thing. If that's part of the story, you need to explain something a little bit. It's not like, it's not supposed to be ambiguous, right? But yeah, so there's a bunch of features on this here. What are we doing? Yeah, so there's a 13-minute interview with the cinematographer called Shooting Hitchcock Down Under. He talks about how he did Road Games and stuff like that. And, he talks about the whole process of the cinematography and how they shot it and stuff. And how they used neon lighting, which was very uncommon in Australian cinema. If you're a cinema fan, you especially, European, Italian, using neon and all type of colors and shit was kind of common at one point. But in Australia, it wasn't. And that's kind of the way they shot. And they lit the whole film like that, too. So the inside aesthetic is just fucking so cool looking. It's really, really neat looking. I just love the way they did it. And it looks great, too. It really does pop on the Blu-ray and stuff. I thought his whole conversation about, even Richard Franklin and all that type of shit was really cool. So, it goes heavy into that. Then there's a visual essay called Rear Window Meets 2001. Again, the mashup between Rear Window and 2001, and of course the whole conspiracy espionage type thing I thought was really cool and stuff like that. And they even go into how the famous 5 or the forbidden 5 Hitchcock films that were really hard to see in the 60s and 70s. So a lot of filmmakers into the early 80s and shit had never seen a lot of these Hitchcock movies before. So I thought that was quite interesting. So the guy that took over the director directing the film had never even seen Rear Window before, believe it or not, because it wasn't available to see. So they go into it. And I guess the forbidden 5 was Rear Window, Rope, Trouble with Harry, the man who knew too much, and Vertigo. They were impossible to see. So there was something all fucked up with the rights of those films, and they didn't get TV rights, and they weren't released on medias and all that type of shit. So a lot of people had never seen those films, which I thought was really interesting. So yeah, so he talks about that and shit, or the visual essay, and it's actually quite interesting, about 13 minutes long. Then they go into the Not Quite Hollywood interview. It's about 4 minutes. It's from the documentary, Not Quite Hollywood, the Australian documentary, which is fucking fantastic.
There's so many movies that take like the interviews from that.
Yeah. So he just
special features.
The producer just talks about how he funded the film and stuff. It's actually kind of cool. It's kind of cool, but it's really short. It's only 4 minutes. Then there's an archival interviews, about 24 minutes long. They basically go into they talk about the history of the film and like how it was under a different title and things like that. And it's actually the history of this film is actually quite interesting. And they never did flush out why it was renamed Crosstalk. I still can't even figure it out, because I don't think they even mentioned it. They were asked about it and it's like, well, we just kind of settled on Crosstalk. And I'm like,
okay. It sounded cool.
It sounded cool for sure, right? The artwork was cool too. So another one with the producer, composer. I thought the music for the film was quite interesting too. It's kind of like it kind of reminds me of like more of a modern Kraftwerk. If you're familiar with Kraftwerk's music, like they were a German experimental band from the 70s, and their shit was like very like, it sounded very computery and stuff, and it's very sampled. They're one of the most sampled groups of all time, actually. If you actually look up who sampled it, Kraftwerk, everyone sampled Kraftwerk. But that
it sounded very Carpenter-esque, like early Carpenter.
It does. So that's what I was going to say. So it has like this little bit of, it feels like a little bit of Carpenter, but it has like this, this total technological kind of angles to it and stuff like. It's got like that shit in there. So it was like a mashup of that, like Carpenter and Kraftwerk, which I thought was really cool. I thought it was really interesting. So
that's probably the best thing about the movie, honestly.
Yeah, no, the score is really good. And honestly, the cinematography and the whole set design and stuff, I think everything is pretty cool. It's just the story kind of, falters itself a little bit. And then they do have an interview with the original director, which I thought was really compelling to get him. It's an archival. It's like an older one, but it's 31 minutes. And he talks about the whole history of the film, like how he developed it, what he did on the film, and like why he was fired, and fucking, he goes into everything. He sounds pretty, and this is shortly after the film came out too. I don't even think he'd even seen the full film, but he just kind of told him what he had shot. And that's how I learned that he shot all the exterior stuff and blah, blah, blah. And he sounded fine and shit like that. His career resurrected after that and stuff. And, it's kind of interesting to hear that, because there's not a lot of films where a director gets fired and you have an interview with them that's actually on the disc after. I thought that was kind of interesting. But overall, Crosstalk, pretty solid release, good artwork. It's definitely a film where it's like a murder mystery, right? Like it's not a gore film. There's one really famous scene from this. It's even on the back here. It's a really awesome scene where you could probably even miss it, but I'll just say there might be a head in a washer machine. Kind of cool. It's a fucking pretty dope scene, actually. But I like it. I don't love it. I do recommend the release. It looks fantastic. If you like features and stuff like that, if you're into Aussie cinema, which I really am, I find myself always, kind of, if something Aussie comes out that I need to pick up, I'm always going to grab the releases, right? So happy to add it to the collection. I give it like a 6.5 out of 10 though, for the film itself, but really solid release from Umbrella. So check it out. If it sounds up your alley, I mean, really, if you like Rear Window, you like Space Odyssey, it's that. If you like
Smart House.
Yeah, if you like conspiracy shit, you're going to be disappointed because that angle of the film is not the greatest, but Crosstalk from 1982. Are you the only one that, Tyler, you never watched this one? You said you didn't watch it, so
no.
Yeah.
But yeah, I pretty much feel the same exact way as you. Like, it's just a really well-made movie that's kind of like a mess story-wise. But yeah, like, if they got rid of all that espionage shit and just made it more towards like the murder mystery, add a couple bodies, like let's say the guy's like nervous that he's about to get caught, so he just kills a couple extra people there. Like, they could do that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's very typical of somebody that, like, nobody believes you. Nobody believes them, right? From the wife to like every single person talks like, no, we just had an accident. It's like, it just keeps going and going and going. But I mean, I have no problem with that. I like that kind of stuff. But I feel like there could have been it would have been kind of cool if the bodies did mount up in this, kind of take it one step further and just having that one murder, and trying to figure out from there and take out that espionage shit, maybe mount the bodies a little bit more and the computer goes even crazier and stuff. And that's the one thing I didn't want to spoil with the computer, because the computer is kind of like, it kind of has two different personalities at times. Like it's one way and then it goes another way with it's kind of interesting how they do it. So
it's bipolar.
It's like a fucking bipolar system for sure. Yeah. Yeah. So anyways, Crosstalk from 1982. Check it out if you think you like what you heard. So but good release though.
Right. That'll bring up me. And I got from Magnolia, not normally a company I'm buying anything from. Oliver Assayas, I think that's how you say his name. I have no idea. And I've known about this filmmaker for a while. His film Boarding Gate, starring Asia Argento, also featuring Michael Madsen. This is basically, well, we talk about why I picked this, I guess, first. I guess that's an interesting aspect to it.
I think I'm always just going to think of this movie as Boarding Pass.
You know what's kind of crazy, actually?
You
know what's kind of crazy, actually?
Was I calling it Boarding Pass?
For a long-ass time, you were.
Oh.
Boarding Pass. Arrow actually put out a box set of this guy's films a few years ago.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen a good handful of films. Actually, I don't know why I did.
No, this movie's not in that box set, actually.
Well, I actually pulled them off the shelf. I don't know why, but these are all movies for him I have that I've all liked quite a bit. We got Cold Water, Irma Vep, Cloudless Hills, Maria, and Personal Shopper. These are all like really interesting movies.
Have you ever seen Demon Lover? Because I bought it for Demon Lover.
No, I've heard about that one.
Yeah, that one's in the set. Yeah. It's actually quite cool, man. It's a cool film. That's how I recognize the. I'd seen Boarding Gate before because I have this old DVD that I watch.
Yeah. The same shitty cover.
I broke out the fucking DVD.
This cover is awful.
Same shitty fucking cover.
Yeah. There was
that cover. What are you talking about?
Are you mad you missed the slip on that?
I think the slip cover is much nicer than this cover.
It's crazy.
What's wrong with that cover?
It's just like ugly.
I like the color scheme, but I don't know, man.
That's kind of what the movie doesn't have the red tint like that, but it has the same, just like kind of like grayish, like mute tone to it. Yeah. But anyways, yeah. But so I've seen some films from that filmmaker, and I've liked them all quite a bit. They're interesting films. He definitely has like an interesting, almost like not almost like watching from like watching it in the context of a movie like Fly in the Wall type thing, where you're almost just like, it's not the movie's like a little narrative, like his style in general. The movies are a little bit like messy in the narrative sense, but it's intentional, where it's just kind of like these like life imitating scenes. This movie kind of does that, but it's as much like this is kind of his take on, I would say, like an erotic thriller. Or maybe some type of classic noir. I kind of felt like he was just trying to make a neo-noir, like erotic thriller type movie. But it was interesting. Yep.
I watched it too, and I thought it was like pretty mid. But I like looked up like reviews and stuff, and a lot of people like really like this thing, and say that it's more of like an anti-movie, where it's like.
I mean, it is, but it's not like that's anything new. Like,
I feel like the first 45 minutes of this movie is like anti-movie.
It does the crime thing where I like to call it like the opposite of Scorsese, where it doesn't show like anything glamorous about being like a mob, like in the mob, or like an underworld boss. Or I think it just shows like the depressing that like scary side of it, the part where like people like end up with no money, the people end up like being controlled by other people, or just like in these situations. But it's not like this is the first movie I've ever seen do that. Like I've seen movies all the way back to the 60s and 70s, all the way back to the 30s, like doing this, playing this theme. So it's not like this movie's doing anything new.
I think it's like more that it's doing it with like the erotic thriller though.
Yeah, like it felt to me like that's what he was trying to go for. He was like he does, you can't see his style bleed through on it, but at the same time I felt like this movie was also like a little melodramatic. But before I get into all that, but I have some visibility of this filmmaker, so that's pretty much why I picked it. And then I've never like been the most giant fan of Asia Argento as an actress, but I do like her. I've seen her in a bunch of stuff, so why not? Let's see what they got. So basically, it starts with the story of this Asian crime underworld boss who's like in a crazy amount of debt, and he's about to sell shares from this company with to basically get himself out of debt and retire. And that character's played by Michael Madsen. Then Aja Argento shows up, who's I believe her name is Chandra in this, and she's basically like a professional like mob boss girlfriend. So she's kind of like bounces
She's a
between
prostitute,
people.
bro.
Yeah, exactly. She goes in, like she gets the
She's
intel,
like
she
sort of
uses
like a high
herself.
class
Yeah,
prostitute.
she's like a spy prostitute. It's not like she's like works on like the street corner, but like she like infiltrates like to these powerful people and like uses her body to like get information. And like that was like a big part of the relationship between her and Michael Madsen. And like they lay it on so thick with these conversations where like no one would ever just like start talking like this. They just like immediately start to remember about that time where this happened. It's
Well, the first 45
like,
minutes of this movie is like all conversation like that. You're like, you could be at one point going, what the fuck? What's going on?
that's what I mean. Like everything is like laid on so thick and it's so dramatic. Bounces the bounce.
It feels like they're just talking all this past tense. You're like, well, we have no context to what you're talking about. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, that is partly, I guess, not that he's ever done that specifically, but that kind of like is his style, where like it's scenes of life, like as they were. So that is like one thing that is like memorable about this movie. But yeah, like JP was saying, I wasn't the craziest about this movie. I felt like
well, I knew you weren't gonna like this from the start.
Yeah, it does some things where it tries to be interesting, but like I was saying before, it comes off so like over the top in some of these conversations. It bounces back and forth where you eventually learn that like she had this thing with Michael Madsen's character and she works for these other two people now out of Tokyo, I believe it was, and
well, she's not
they're trying to raise
she's fucking dating the dude.
Well, he's a mistress. She's just like the
she's a mistress, but she's like in love with him.
Yeah,
and he's married to this fucking
so his other one, Sue and Lester? That were their names. The very very un-Asian names, Sue and Lester.
Yeah.
But yeah, she works for Sue and Lester, and they're trying to raise money for this Beijing club. And and because of that, she goes back to this guy, Michael Madsen, and the movie goes like kind of has a moment in the middle where something happens that maybe you probably weren't expecting, and it goes like, and then it takes the route of now we're here, and it gives you the wide zoom out of what actually happened and the thing like what ties it all together. So it really, to me, it does kind of feel like your stock like neo-noir, like erotic thriller mix. But this movie's also not actually that erotic. Like the scenes that have any type of eroticism are honestly like really rough. And like so like there's a scene halfway through the movie with Aja and Michael Madsen that like you have like such a hard time taking seriously, but it's also
like the one where she rubs her pussy.
The one with like the fucking where like out of where they're talking about like the things like they used to do or something like then it's just like it's so like out like over the top.
Well, that whole fucking scene is crazy too because like
Michael Madsen is absolutely floating in it.
Well, you find out why she's there, and like the whole scene is so bizarre because the end result, you're like, okay. And then you find out like why she was there after kind of, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, and why did all that shit even happen?
After that happens, like everything in the movie is incredibly predictable. What's going to happen from there? And it really ends up being a movie like Departures. I think it tries to communicate that like just like everybody, like how other people like lived like this life. Like you have this like there's not really much to this movie.
Well, when he's sending her off, he's like, well, you need to do this, and you go to see that. Like it's like some type of fucking possible setup or some shit. Like you're right, it is very predictable.
And then you have this like moment at the end where you kind of like, oh, well, she's still human, even though she's a bad person. It's just like kind of cringe, man.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like
I do get to see Aja's tits in it though.
Yeah, I mean that's like every movie, but she has like she does like they are very well photographed in this one. There's a scene like at the beginning where the puppies come out and they're just like it's like peak Aja. Like I don't think she even like this is a good role for her, but like she's never like wowed me as a performer. This movie actually reminded me a lot of a movie that Cinematograph put out earlier this year, put out last year, New Roots Hotel.
She's not a like fantastic actress.
Yeah.
Like honestly, her best stuff is when she's in her native language too.
Yeah, I think it's her delivery in English. I think that's what throws off people a little bit. I think
Right.
she's better in Italian for sure.
That movie's
More
actually
confidence in the delivery.
Kind of similar to this movie. It's more like abstract and it's like it's stylistic in a different way, but it's honestly like a very similar movie to this one. And she plays a similar character.
Yeah.
Did you look at any of the reviews on like Letterboxd or anything?
No, I just saw the director and I said, all right, this is fine.
So, because like I watch it, like I said, I thought it was mid, and then I see all these people talking about it. I'm like, maybe I like missed something. Like I didn't understand this movie or something. Because like literally like the most deconstructed thriller ever made.
No, it's not. Like, come on, dude.
Dude,
that's love fucking, how this
cinema geeks right there.
I love how this reverse engineers what could be a jaunty caper, something that might as well have the same plot.
Dude, like these people have never watched some of the most like foundational like movies in the series.
Dude, the first 45 minutes,
the dictionary definition of liminal. Like, there's so much like there's a lot of like really like positive.
Yeah, the first 45 minutes is super liminal. I mean, for fuck's sakes, dude, it's like I feel like the first 45 minutes of the movie, it's like it's almost ambiguous. You're like, what the fuck's going on? Like it's just a bunch of conversations. You got Michael Madison, calling it in. He's fucking phoning it in, and it's like all these conversations. It's like it's trying to be. I don't even want to say Tarantino-ish, where it's like
he's
you're
trying
getting
to do
all
his
this
style. He's doing his like life imitating art, like as it is.
Well, you're getting all this exposition. You're getting all this shit going on, but you're like, what's the context? Like, is it gonna like he's gonna throw some fucking different angles?
It just lays it. It doesn't really do that
though.
That's what I mean. Like it just comes out and just lays it on so thick, and it's so melodramatic.
It's almost like a tale of two movies. Like the first,
it almost
half,
like
okay,
it makes you have a hard time taking you seriously sometimes. It's just so over the top.
Well, I think what happens though, because what happens at that point in the middle of the film where she has to fucking flee and shit, then it just becomes your standard ass kind of like survival film in a sense.
Thing about this director to me is what I would really think about the most in his movies that he's exceptional at is subtlety. Like those 4 movies I had were all like some more than others, but like there's the strength of those movies is just like this very like quiet subtlety that he like actually like maintains for feature length. Some of those movies being like 2+ hours, where you do walk away with like maybe the same type of like ending that this movie was going for, but like you've spent more time with these characters, like you're more like well adjusted and like get more out of it. Like this movie just like didn't really feel like that to me. It's not subtle at all. Like everything in this movie is hammy.
Yeah. See, like I just felt like, okay, maybe I'm fucking missing something.
No, I don't think you are, because some of the stuff they're saying, it's like I can think of so many movies that came out like long before this. Yeah. Like when I think of like the dirt,
I've been wrong, but like I've completely not got movies before, so like I'm always willing to hear what people are saying.
No, but this one, dude,
like if I want to think of a movie,
it's pretty straightforward.
Like a depressing, like burnt out side of crime movie, I think of something like The Friends of Eddie Coyle that came out 50 years before, or 45 years before this. It does like a much better job. And if I want to think about if I think about like, oh, like crime's bad, like some people go different ways and some people have a heart. Like I can think all the way back to like Angels and Dirty Faces that like came out in the 30s, where that's like
I don't even think it's that complex though, man. I don't even think it's just, like it's just a structure of the film, I think, that throws off people. Like I said,
it's not even structured that uniquely. I've seen so many movies.
I think I that's what I'm saying. I just think it's structured for somebody that's not used to that type of film where it's for like A to B. This one, it has the first half of the film. You're just like you're trying to figure it out. It's bouncing back and forth with these characters. You don't really know what the fuck you understand that there's some crime elements here. There's some mob shit. She's a prostitute. You understand all the shit, but like bounce it back. You don't really understand where she stands with the relationships and it's all these weird conversations. And then something happens and you're like, okay, it's like trying to do this like kind of backwards, kind of like stylistic exposition, like fucking, but it doesn't because when that shit happens, then it just turns standard movie. There's nothing stylistic about it at all.
And that's the thing about this movie. Like, it's not all bad. Like, I do think the director's style still comes through that at least, like has something that I would remember and distinguish this movie by. And it just I've seen some strong movies from this direction. I've pretty much only seen strong movies up until now. So maybe as I expect, a little more. It's not like all these movies came in the same period. Like in that stack of movies I had, like they starting in his first movie from the early '90s up until like the mid 2010s. So it's a good sample size across his career. And I don't know, like, maybe I just expect a little more from him. I know he can do much better work. This is by his worst film I've seen by a margin, but it's honestly not the worst thing you'll ever see. Like, it's a fine like one time watch, but this isn't a movie like I'd like maybe if you want to buy it on a half off sale or something, and you just like that type of movie, but it's not really something I'd recommend to like go out and grab. But the slipcase sold out to the point where I didn't even get it, pre-ordering it the first day. So. I guess it might have some fans. As for special features, they kind of suck. You get basically like three archival features, all from different times, and they're all just about like with Aja, and they're just like the most generic like interviews, and they're just in varying degree. They're not you don't really they're pretty much the same thing at all. One's behind the scenes, one's an archival one around the time the movie came out, and one's one some years later, but she doesn't really have that anything interesting to like say about the movie. She just kind of says, "I like oh I've played these characters," and like it doesn't even seem like she was enthusiastic about the film. She kind of just said like boilerplate nice things. So there's nothing you're gonna get out of these special features that you just like. It's the type of special features that you click on, you watch like, well, at least it had something on it. There's nothing impressive about these. So overall, that's pretty meh release. Um, this would have been a movie that like if I bought half off and watched it, been like, yeah, that was kind of a bust. So I would review that. I would recommend that one at a strong maybe, but it's not the worst thing. I give the movie like a 5 out of 10.
Yeah.
I gave it the exact same rating.
Yep.
I think it's exactly what I gave it to.
Damn, that's crazy. So that's practically like might as well just throw that shit in the trash, Tyler.
Yeah, this is
Like the way you're
classic-
holding in your hand, it's like I don't even want this fucking thing
Dude, it was
anymore.
like it's like the pick this book too. Was like
Fuck this piece
I
of
guess
shit.
I'll take it.
It was the one I was gonna pick, and then
I
you
jumped on
picked
the
it
grenade for you.
first.
Yep.
I ended up fucking buying it and watching it anyway.
You did the Whitehurst. You did the Whitehurst.
Yeah, Whitehurst.
I should have picked that cinematograph. The one that like what's the guy? Like Paul Haggis. Not Paul, who the fuck was it? I don't know. But there's a cinematograph that month that looks kind of interesting. I didn't pick. I should have picked that one.
Not the Altman movie.
No. No, that was this wasn't that this month?
Yeah, we got two this month.
Yeah, I've
It
seen
was
that
that
Altman
and-
movie. That's like I love Robert Altman. I've seen like 15 of his movies, and that's like might be my least favorite movie I've seen by him.
Ooh, interesting. That's one I've never actually seen of his.
Yeah, I streamed on Criterion a few years ago. There might be something I'm forgetting about, but that like stands out to me as like the first one was like, okay, it wasn't like a bad movie, it was fine.
I mean, no one ever fucking talks about it, so there's a reason why.
Even it's got a good cast in it too, but it's like it takes place. It's pretty much a one location movie. It like takes place at a bar. It's just like women bitching about their problems for an hour and a half.
Ah, now I can see why you hated
I gotta get blamed for saying that.
it. This damn movie,
Dude,
women
all right,
bitching about
so
their problems for 2 hours.
While I'm getting on movies like that, it's funny you say that because I still haven't logged that letterbox, but I watched this a few weeks ago. We watched Steel Magnolias one night, and I've always been interested in
classic.
Steel Magnolias because of the cast and just like the kind of iconic status. And dude, that movie is just like an hour and a half or 2 hours of women bitching about their problems.
Yeah.
Dude, that movie
I
sucks.
I did not like it. I was like, oh my god.
Horrible.
So
Yeah, that's like
some of my oh my god. I have a wicked good joke that someone made about it, but I can't say it without like completely spoiling the movie. But yeah. I guess women complaining about their problems is not a genre I like.
All right, Tony.
Yes. I am doing Escape from Death this month, which is a selection from the Lucio Fulci Presents line that Vinegar Syndrome is doing this year.
It's not a line.
It's some sort of line.
It's like a line within a line.
I don't know what it is because like in the special features, like they call it a series,
Yeah.
whatever it is, Eugenio Ercolani. But regardless, this is the second one they've put out. The first one was Massacre that they did a month or two ago. And what they're doing with these are pretty cool. They have like two different options for your slipcover. They'll have just like a classic rendition, but then they've been doing these fucking like airbrush looking slipcovers. And I think that these ones are like way more fucking dope. So I've been putting these on mine. But as a sub, they give us both, so the other ones are literally just collecting dust.
Well, they are dust covers, technically.
True that. Did you guys see the IMDb synopsis of this movie?
Dude, it's so fucking stupid.
No, I didn't.
It might be the greatest IMDb synopsis of any movie in the entire database.
Yeah.
Dude,
just looking at it right now.
I never go to IMDb anymore. Like it's actually ever since Letterboxd, like I just never go there.
I use IMDb for the years, right?
I know, but even like, is Letterboxd like the new meta?
I think it is at this point.
For sure.
Because I notice sometimes now too, like popular movies have more like ratings on Letterboxd than they do on IMDb.
Oh, 100%.
Like newer ones.
I just use IMDb just to get the years correct because it's kind of our standard.
Yeah,
so.
but
the only time I use IMDb is if I want to like look. Usually, if I'm looking back for like an older movie to see if they got nominated for anything. Like if you go on the IMDb app and scroll down, it says like nominated for like X many Oscars, and I use it like to see that. That's about it.
Well, anyway, the synopsis for this movie on IMDb is a black-gloved killer is on the prowl. That's it.
They're gonna get you.
It's so good.
They're not wrong, I guess.
Yeah. I can't even remember if the killer in this movie wore gloves, honestly. But
I can't remember.
So this is directed by Enzo Milioni.
Dude, hold on. Sorry, Tony.
Go ahead.
Watched this? Did we do this one, Moodz?
No.
We never did this on Italian Horror Month?
No.
Okay. Because like for some reason I thought we did, and I'm like, I don't remember a goddamn thing about this movie. So maybe it was the first time watching it.
In the United States, like this like weird little Lucio Fulci series is like obscure as fuck. Like none of these movies had any sort of release in the United States, really.
Yeah.
But it was directed by
It's kind of cool.
Me too. Like even if the movies aren't all that great, like obviously I'd still rather have them than not. And especially with like the presentation that they're giving us, it's like you can't get any better than this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's directed by Enzo Milioni, who was most famous for doing the Sister of Ursula,
which is fucking awesome.
Which is
Wait, are you sure we didn't do this? Because I have it logged.
No.
Right, and you wouldn't have done it for a retro.
I feel like I wouldn't just watch it for no reason.
You're right. That doesn't make any sense.
Well,
for
we
you.
definitely
You would have.
Why would we have done that? Like we didn't do Enzo
Bianchi.
He didn't direct it.
Bianchi did Massacre.
Yeah.
Dude, are you fucking kidding me right now? What did you review? What did you pick?
I'm doing Escape from Death, the second one.
I watched Massacre, bro.
Oh, for this month.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, we did Massacre.
Dude, I'm sitting there like, but still, I didn't remember Massacre at all. I didn't watch this one.
Dude, I will say Massacre.
You watched the wrong movie.
Because I thought I tried to pick Massacre one time, and you said no, Tony picked that.
Nobody picked
Massacre was way better this time around, though. I will tell you that.
Yeah, nobody reviewed that one.
I could actually see what was going on too.
Yeah.
Massacre was actually pretty decent, and it looked really good.
Yeah, really good.
Fuck.
This movie.
I don't even know what you're going to be talking about now.
Well, I'm not going to be any about.
You might have missed. Oh, you definitely missed one of the funniest parts that I've seen this year in any film.
which I'm probably gonna spoil.
Dude, it's so fucking funny.
Because if I'm trying to sell this movie, I have to talk about it.
Yeah, it's so funny.
But so this movie starts off in a way that I absolutely fucking hate
Me too.
how
Thank
movies
you.
fucking start.
I bitch
It's
about this
one of
on 22
those
shots all the fucking time.
it's one of those movies that starts at the very fucking end,
Yep.
and then they're like, let's go back to the beginning and see how we got there type shit.
Fucking stupid.
But it's even more annoying because
Not
the
everyone
way it
can be Billy Wilder.
Yeah, exactly. But like, here we go. So it starts off with like a man who got shot multiple times and he's laying on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And then the cops bust in this room. And then another guy turns around with a gun and gets shot multiple times and falls over dead.
That
So
sounds
the
pretty
cops go over
cool.
to the guy who's already been laying on the ground with bullet holes in his fucking body. And they're like, what the hell is going on here? And then the guy
Like he's
Is
going
it
to
in
answer you, right?
English?
So the guy, as he's bleeding to death from multiple bullet wounds, is like, "Here, let me tell you the story about how all this happened. It started months ago." As he's
Okay.
bleeding to death. So we have our classic Wayne's World, like,
Yeah.
Oh my
like
god!
flashback.
What are you fucking double indemnity? Get out
Is
of
is
here!
this is it in English?
No, and what's interesting about
No,
that,
this
and
one's in Italian. Yeah.
I learned in the special features is that it was actually shot in English. This movie was,
I
and
knew it was.
Massacre was too, but they were never actually dubbed in English. So it's like so fucking annoying because it's like you can see it in their lips, JP,
Yeah.
but you can't tell what they're
I
saying.
fucking knew it was too. I'm watching this going, why the fuck is there no English dub? Like, it's shot in English. It's so annoying.
Yeah, Massacre is the same way, but yeah.
Yeah.
We go back in time and we're at this like ranch with a stable, and we see from far away, you don't see any of these people's faces. You see a man and a woman riding a horse to a stable. And when they get to the stable, the man gets off the horse and goes inside, but she's outside. And the man's exploring inside. You still don't see his face. And then, literally out of nowhere, a gun comes out and blows his fucking face off. And you see
That's
it
not
all.
even
His
the
face
funny
is
part,
just.
though. That's
What's
not
the
even the
funniest
part.
part?
Oh, dude.
That's not even the funniest
That's
part.
not even the funniest one. That one was actually kind of caught me off. I was like, wow, dude, that guy's
Oh, the
face just
funniest kill.
exploded.
That's probably the second best kill in the movie. And unfortunately, and I'm gonna say this, that's the only kill you get for about an hour into the movie. So fucking
Oh
brace
no!
yourself.
Okay, Tony, when you were watching this movie, were you thinking like, I just watched this movie like 6 times for 1964? Like it's very
Yes.
like, is that fucking crazy to watch this after we just watched this type of storyline so many fucking times? I mean, it's done a
Hmm.
little bit differently, but we just
Oh yeah.
I'm thinking to myself, I'm laughing, going, I have watched so many movies recently with this exact narrative, just
Oh
done
yeah.
differently. It's like fucking crazy.
But that's one thing I thought was cool about it. I'll get into it. So the guy gets his face blown off. You never see his face, and that's going to be like a whole like main plot point of this movie.
Yeah.
And the woman goes in, finds the body, freaks the fuck out. We find out that her name is Anne, and her husband's name is Larry, and he was a famous writer. And they live in this like very like expensive and like very nice like horse ranch. And she runs back to the house, and inside the house you have Larry's doctor, who's like an interesting character, and you don't really like know like what kind of a doctor he actually is. Like he's just a doctor, but he refers to Larry as his best friend in the whole world, which I thought was interesting because the doctor's like in his 60s, he has to be, and Larry's like a 30-year-old like good-looking young man.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck is this dude hanging out with you, you fucking old
The
freak?
same thing, dude.
So you got him in there, and then you have Larry's secretary, who's played by Zora Karova, who was in movies like Cannibal Ferox and New York Ripper, stuff
Yeah,
like that.
New
She's
York
actually
Ripper.
a pretty familiar face in Italian movies. She's plays Mary, his secretary. So of course they're like, "You're crazy, Anne. There's no way you found your husband's body." So they go and
Anthropophagus.
they check, and he's not there, and they didn't find a single body or anything. So they don't believe her. But what they do find is a letter allegedly written by Larry saying that he has to leave for an an undetermined amount of time to like gather his slots or do whatever. So he basically is saying that he's deserting the place and moving abroad. So literally jump cut an entire year and Larry's still not here and they didn't find anybody or anything. Anne has pretty much lost her mind. And oh yeah, there's actually another person that was at the stable at the time. His name is Zolly, and he was actually like the guy who's in charge of the stable. So yeah, those were the four alive people that were at that point. But now in the future, you have the same people at this mansion, but now Zolly randomly brings this like random wild girl who doesn't speak a single like word in the entire movie. She just kind of like is a feral woman who just walks around and just like peeks around and just acts funny, named Tanya. Her character is pretty worthless and just doesn't make any sense, besides just to make Zolly a sleazeball. But you find out that
she's there to be hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's there to be hot.
She actually had really big titties, man.
The Tanya girl?
Yeah.
I don't even remember her like even being naked in that movie.
Well, I guess it wasn't that impressive then.
But yeah,
is that not like the mute one? Like the fucking
Oh, it is the mute one.
Yeah. So there's a scene, the scene in the fucking in which you'll probably get to in the barn or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get there. It's funny that you mentioned that she has like really big boobs because I thought that the girl who played Anne had really big nipples.
Well, it's funny because she's walking around this entire film with like a big shirt on, but like she's got no bra on, so they're just like everywhere all the fucking time. It's just like holy shit, bro.
But yeah, fast forward a year, then all of a sudden Larry shows up out of nowhere. But we don't know if it's actually the real Larry or not because Anne, the second she sees him, points and he's like, "That is not my fucking husband. I don't know who this man is." But then all of a sudden the doctor comes in and Mary, the secretary, comes in. They're like, "Oh, Larry, where have you been? How's life been?" And all this shit. So it's going to be one of those types of movies where Anne, our main character, is unsure whether or not the man is her husband or not. And there's a mystery that unfolds after that. And one thing that's also interesting is that later, like at night, Anne starts like getting nightmares. And so that we have like dream sequences of like maggots and toothpaste and like her husband's like mangled face showing up. So like a lot of it just doesn't make much sense because she's having like these like paranoid like delusions. And you don't know why. They don't really like delve into like her psychic past. But yeah, you have these dream sequences, and then also on random nights, she gets phone calls from a guy who claims to be the actual Larry from beyond the grave, being like, "The worms, and the worms are eating me," and shit like that. But of course, like nobody believes her. The doctor, like, I'm gonna say it right now, like, if you watch the beginning of this movie, you'll see the guy who is now playing Larry on the floor. He's the one who's telling the story, you find out. And the doctor are one, or they're two of three men in this entire movie. And Zolly is the third man. At the beginning of the movie, you see the Larry guy on the floor, and you see another man getting shot. Obviously, it's one of two fucking guys.
Yeah.
And it's not hard because the two guys look nothing alike to know who's behind the whole thing. So it's like, if you're not a complete idiot, it's like so easy to know exactly where this movie is going and who's like behind all of this. So she's getting all these like paranoid delusions. The doctor and the secretary are telling her that it's all in her mind. And Larry, the new Larry, is saying that he actually left because she actually tried to kill him back in the day and he had to get away. So they're painting a picture like she's crazy. But then just as they're doing that, an hour into the movie, a black glove killer is on the prowl.
Yeah.
Thank you, IMDb. We finally start to get some deaths into this movie. And unfortunately, there's only 6 people in this movie, so not many people are going to die. But there are some pretty interesting kills in this, and one of them is an absolute highlight reel of a kill. There's a scene where a guy is getting a blowjob by a woman.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yep. All of a sudden, a killer walks in, shoots the woman in the back of the head as she's like filleting the man. She's gone.
Explodes.
And he's leaned back like, oh shit, what the fuck? They shoot again. Fucking zoom in, nice close-up shot on his fake penis. This
Rock hard rocket. Yeah.
This thing explodes. But it gets hit by a bullet. This thing turns into mist.
It fucking hilarious. Dude, I laughed so hard, man. Oh my god. It literally was like this huge hard on. Fucking laughed so hard, man. So good.
But yeah, I mean, the mystery is about like the most piss poor thing in the world. You know exactly where the movie is, and you're just like waiting to get to that point. And when the kills finally start going, it's pretty entertaining after that. You get like another half hour worth of movie.
Did the doctor ever have her on drugs? Like she was medicated, right? Like because
no, they never
okay.
like
okay.
There was like that's the thing I was like complaining about earlier is that like they're painting this whole like narrative that she's crazy.
That she's fucking crazy, yeah.
But there's no like history of her actually being crazy. But like she's not on medication.
Yeah. Because you think if you're, having hallucinations or fucking maybe skits or whatever, you would have some type of medication because he was the doctor. So maybe he was just a psychiatrist, though. I guess you could still prescribe, though, but.
Right. That's probably what it was. He's just a psychiatrist, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But, I honestly did like this movie. Like, there really wasn't all that much going on, but I like the actors. I liked the music. The music it sounded like I would like equate it as like a cheap Casio version of an Italian score.
Yeah, exactly.
Like almost like like a trauma rendition of an Italian score. Like it was so cheap, but it was almost like very charming at the same time.
It wasn't bad, yeah. Yeah.
The movie takes place in one location, and the entire movie is at this house and at this like stable.
Yeah.
And like you were saying earlier, how about that it felt like a 1964 movie? Like that was like one of the aspects. Like it was just one location with like 6 people. Yeah. And it did feel like a very classic movie, except you have like a face getting blown off and a dick getting blown off. But it was pretty interesting. And yeah, like the ending, it's exactly where it's going to lead and whatever. Yeah. But overall, like I had a good time. I'd probably give it like a 6 out of 10. And I would say it's like probably on par with Massacre. I might like Massacre a little bit more just because it's more up my alley in terms of like being a slasher and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But this was a solid little mystery, decent atmosphere, and a couple like standout kills. Oh yeah, there's another thing. Fucking what's her name? Annie Bell from like House on the Edge of the Park is in this movie.
Right.
And she's a complete throwaway character. She's an actress from Germany that shows up on the ranch completely out of nowhere because Larry owes her money. And she's just there to die. And her death scene is actually really funny because she's like walking around the stable at night and all of a sudden the killer shows up with like a giant scythe. And it's the only time they've actually like used this in the movie. And the way they edited the kill was really funny because he like swipes it and then they like show the swipe like 15 times. Remember that, Moodz? It's like and then her head eventually like falls off.
Right.
I'm like, what? Did he like swing and miss 15 times? Then finally he got her fucking head with like the 12th
That's
swing.
what it appeared. It's like
that's what I thought because it's like he only hit her once. But it's a cool kill, but it's like kind of confusing and kind of stupid at the same time.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Shit.
interesting. I liked it. I so far this Lucio Fulci line is pretty entertaining, but they're really stupid movies. You have to know what you're in for when you watch these
I mean,
things.
I imagine that they'll probably all be around the same quality for the most part. I think we're probably not going up from here. We'll probably go down from here
Hmm.
or the same because if they were really like decent, they would already have been like all over the place. You know what I mean?
Right.
I hope they release Hell's Gate. That's one I've been wanting to see forever.
When you guys originally did Massacre before you got to the nice cleaned up 4K of it, what did you originally rate it?
One, I think I gave it a one. I have it a like 1 star on Letterboxd. So I imagine like a 2 to 3.
So yeah, that's like crappy YouTube like
Yeah, it was
copyright.
the quality was
I think I
horrible.
have a bootleg of it actually.
Yeah, it was
So
fucking
now
horrible
what do you
quality.
rate it, JP?
I think
On
I gave it like
4K?
a 6.5.
Yeah, I'm about the same. I think I might
See,
even
like a presentation, like it really does help these
We've
oh
movies.
been
big
saying
time,
it for years,
big
dude.
time.
Like
It
there's
helps big
movies
time.
that I actually like totally like re-evaluated whenever I got a sick edition of it. And I don't think it's just because now you own it or something. I think I don't know, maybe Dave Z made that argument before that like polishing turds like just because it's,
No,
a new edition like it more, but I genuinely think that like sometimes you're just more into the movie when you can like see it.
I use Dead End Drive-In, not Dead End Drive-In, Drive-In Massacre as a great example because I own that movie like two or
Yeah,
three
that
times
movie's actually pretty fun.
on different DVD copies, and they were so bad. They were just like VHS rips, like very, very dark and shit like that. And then 88 Films put it out on their slasher line. And I'll never forget this because I'd never seen the, at the beginning of the film, there's a decapitation that happens. In all the versions before, it was so dark in that scene, you could not even see what happened. I'm not even joking. I didn't know that there was
You
a
just think
decapitation.
someone's getting like killed
Yeah,
like off screen.
so when
You know what I
you
mean?
get the high def version,
Like you
I was
hear
like,
the sound of them dying, but like you just figure they didn't show it, you
yeah,
know?
and then you
Like
see it, and
sort
you're
of
like,
like the opening to like Friday the 13th, right? Like you
mhm,
kind of see something, but it's like
right, and it
For a
changed that
film.
whole thing for me. I was like, what the fuck? But then the whole movie was just like, I can see everything. This is great. The movie's actually not bad.
All right. It was
So
the same way with Ghost Dance that Vinegar Syndrome put out.
right.
mhm.
At the beginning, there was a guy that got bit by a snake and died. You never saw that on VHS because it
Oh
was at
man.
night and it was literally a fucking pitch black
Yep.
screen.
Yep. Yeah.
But I'll go into the special features on this real quick. So you have a commentary track with Eugenio Ercolani and Troy Howarth, which I did not listen to, of course. But then you have a an interview, Zora the Escapee, an 18-minute interview with Zora Kurova. And she was mostly just talking about like her life in general at the beginning, how her father, or where am I at here? No, I'm on the wrong notes. So she's talking about how her husband was kind of a sleazeball and he was like a cheater. So she left him in 1985. She's like from Czechoslovakia, not originally from Italy. And when she was in like House of Laughing Windows and all the early Fulci stuff, she really loved Italy. So she decided to move back there with her newborn daughter. And when she did, she didn't find work for like 4 or 5 years until Fulci came back and like started hiring her to do like these movies for this line and then kind of gave her like a second career. But she doesn't remember this movie at all, so she really just didn't even comment on it. And really, yeah, it's funny. I mean,
Oh, I remember.
I'll tell you why, because she doesn't watch any of her film. Like, she's never watched any of her movies, so she doesn't remember anything about like the experience. Because it's like if you only have like 10 minutes worth of screen time, that's like, what do you even know about the movie?
Right.
But yeah, she mostly just talked about like on-set experiences, like working with Fulci and whatnot. And one thing that was really interesting I found out is that at the end of the interview, they asked her about like how does it feel to be like having the cult status of like having your movies like being like having fandom after all these years, and she literally had no idea. She had no idea that Lucio Fulci had like a cult following.
What?
But she was, yeah, she knew nothing about that. She had never seen any of her movies or anything, but she was really happy to hear about it. She's like, he really deserves that. So I'm
You
like,
see that from time to time with these like actors and stuff like that, where they have no idea that there's like a fandom for their shit that were like
Well,
just
look
in
at
like a
Jamie Lee
couple things
Curtis,
or
man.
something.
She wasn't even like hip to the whole convention thing and stuff. Like,
Yeah,
really?
she was actually kind of a bitch.
It's kind of
yeah.
fucking weird though.
Like
Like,
I'm
how is he
glad
so big?
I'm actually like grateful that she changed her tune on that whole thing. Because she was like very like she did not like she was like very like a speaking she was at one point she was like speaking out against horror movies. Like it
I
was
know.
crazy.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, when she's trying to break out.
Super ignorant.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's very cool to see her like come around on everything and shit.
Yeah, that was a cool little interview with her. And then next we have Victim of Circumstance and a 16-minute interview with the guy who played Larry. And it was honestly kind of pretty much the same like thing, except it's his story. He got in and how he talked about how his father was an actor, and his father was actually like a pretty big actor, a lot more than he was. He mentioned how he started out as a stuntman, doing like small things here and there, and then like he got his first like real big role, even though it was like a nothing role on Wild Beasts. But yeah, he didn't really act too much, and
That
he
movie's
ended up
fucking awesome.
quitting. He ended up quitting just because acting really wasn't his favorite thing. But in terms of Escape from Death, he mentioned that it was shot in English and how he mentioned that like since it was shot in English and a lot of the people weren't native in English, he was really confused while they were actually like shooting because they would try their best to like say the lines however they're supposed to say it, but he said like almost every single time they would forget a line and then they would just throw a line in just to like keep the line because it's just gonna get dubbed over anyways. So he was talking about how like inexperienced and confused he was, like because it was just like his first like real big role. And he talked about how nice and like the other actors and the director were and helping him like get with it because that type of filmmaking back then had to have been tough, like
Yeah.
just to act because it's like people from different like wakes of life trying to speak one language. Just how the hell can you even like create a performance off of that?
Right. Right.
But yeah, that was an interesting interview. And then next we have Bloody Sonata, a 19-minute interview with the composer Paolo Gatti, which might have honestly been one of the most boring interviews I've ever watched in my life. This
19
guy,
minutes? Jesus.
the problem with this guy is that this is really the only movie that he ever did. He did two other movies, like a comedy and some other thing, both from the early 80s, but they're like super obscure. Like one has like 2 views on Letterboxd, and the other one was like not even released. So he doesn't have like a real film history, but he's just like a musician and he like runs a theater and he just talks about like some of the old composers that used to come through there and just stuff like that. It's okay. And then after that, we have Exhuming Lucio, a 13-minute interview with, where's his face? Film critic Pierre Maria Bocchi, which is honestly a really interesting interview because this guy, he's an Italian dude who wrote a book in the early 90s. I forget what it's called. It's an Italian name, but it's specifically about like children in horror movies. And he was just like a really big fan of Fulci. And in the early 90s, he actually met him to ask him if he wanted to be in an interview and be in and like write the forward for his book. And Fulci was like really happy to do it. And he was talking about how like mad and angry Fulci was at that time because he felt like he was just so disrespected and like forgotten by the industry.
Yeah.
And he was just so full of hate and you could like see it translated in his films and stuff. And then he mentioned that like after this little like relationship that they developed that he could start seeing like a little bit of the life start like crawling back into Fulci. And then he like brought up this story about how I forget what the movie was that Tarantino and Roger Avery did in the early 90s before
My best
Reservoir
friend's
Dogs.
my best friend's wedding. Is that what
What?
it's called?
Hey, what do
My
you
One,
want?
best
what are you talking
friend's
about? It's
my My best friend's wedding with like
Julia
Roberts.
The fuck are you talking about?
No, isn't there like you're talking about the unreleased Tarantino movie that like got destroyed, right?
Whatever that was, yeah.
I thought that's what it was called, My Best Friend's Wedding.
I can't remember, but one of their movies like had a premiere, and
that's probably not. I'm probably wrong, but
no, it's definitely not called that. No,
Dude, I'm gonna laugh at something not even close.
It's not. It's not called like, that.
Fucking.
I know what he's talking. I can't remember the title, but it's not that.
Yeah,
I think Roger Avery actually directed it. If I can just pull it up real quick.
Yeah.
And so they're talking about how like Tarantino actually met him during the premiere of that, and they say that was what really started like the Fulci like renaissance, because like Tarantino just like completely like treated him like he was like a god amongst men when no one else like gave him the time of day. Killing Zoe.
Killing Zoe, yeah.
It's called My Best Friend's Birthday, by the way, the movie I was thinking of.
Okay. Yeah, Killing Zoe.
I actually own that movie. I actually own Killing Zoe.
Yeah.
Is it good?
Okay.
Yeah, it is good. Like, it is a good movie. Yeah.
I briefly listened to the Tarantino podcast, but I don't really like it, honestly.
But yeah, that was just like a cool little 13-minute story about this one random guy who wrote a cool like Italian horror book that just had a nice little like small little story with Lucio Fulci. Like I like shit like that. I want to see that stuff in special features. But the last thing we have is Escape from Death, Enter the Showbiz, which is a 30-minute interview with film historian Eugenio Ercolani. And honestly, like if you're into this movie and you're interested in like anybody that was involved in with it, like this is a really good interview, because he pretty much all it is him just giving a history lesson on the movie, and he pretty much just takes every single person involved with it and just goes through their history and just does like a nice little like quick Cliff Notes version of their careers. So it's kind of a cool little 30-minute thing. And I know he's like done the features for Massacre too, so he's probably just in charge of this entire line. Because he was also like doing callbacks to like his earlier interview, which I haven't listened to yet because none of us reviewed that, which I'm probably going to now. But yeah, it's cool. You can tell this line is like a huge passion project of the guy.
That's awesome. Hopefully they just put them all out.
Oh, they are.
No, I really honestly think Hell's Gate needs to come out, man, because that one was directed by Umberto Lenzi, right?
I'm not sure. But they all have to be coming. I don't see why they wouldn't be.
Yeah, it is. Hell's Gate's directed by Umberto Lenzi. And that's crazy, man, because Umberto Lenzi is a pretty prolific fucking Italian director. I mean, shit, dude, even on my Letterboxd, I think I have like 20-something films watched by Lenzi. Like, but it's one I've never seen. So hopefully that comes out. Pretty cool features on that, though, right? It's not bad.
Yeah, I was surprised. There's a lot.
Yeah.
Like, there's probably like an hour and a half's worth of interviews.
I mean, that's the crazy thing about like a film that has had no love to get that much features on it. You know what I mean?
And a commentary that I didn't listen to.
Right. I mean, it's Troy Howarth. It's probably pretty good. So
yeah, it's probably better than anything that I looked at. I'm just a fucking little dork.
I mean, everything that Troy Howarth touches. I mean, the guy's like he's a bank of information, man.
Mm-hmm. Both of those guys are. It's insane.
Oh yeah, for sure. So, all right. What'd you give that one?
6.
Oh, you can give it. That's right. You give it 6. All right, JP, what do you got?
Yeah. So, before I get into my review, so, this film is it is Mutant. I've actually never seen it before. Also known as Night Shadows.
Is that the fucking slipcover for that?
Yeah.
Ew, I don't like that.
Really? This
I like it.
Badass, dude.
I watched my old school.
That is fucking awful.
The Code Red.
That is a fucking awful cover.
I like this one.
You like that over this?
Yeah.
The reverse cover is better than it. Did you reverse it, JP?
Yeah, let's see the reverse one. No. Oh, I
like the color scheme on this.
The reverse has that color scheme, but it's got a different like artwork on it. See that?
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's very
but
similar. It just has this
Yeah.
has more of the
that doesn't even look like this movie.
Yeah, like what the hell is that
What
fucking
is that?
creature on that like that cover that you have? Which
Yeah,
I have
dude,
that
like,
too.
what
yeah,
the
it's the
fuck?
Code Red. Yeah, you know what? You're right though. That doesn't even make
I
sense
already got
actually.
rid of that one.
But
Yeah,
I
they
never.
made it look like an alien.
It is kind
So
of weird.
it's a zombie movie. Kinda. I mean, they're fucking zombies. I guess
It is
they're
a zombie
mutants or
movie.
Yeah, this
whatever.
is like a Luke cover. It's from something else. There's another
But
movie that uses
it
the
looks
exact
like
thing.
fucking. It looks like a fucking Killer Pig movie or something.
Yeah, it doesn't change the movie though. Whatever.
Like Razorback.
Yeah, like
Kind of
reminds me
like
of the
Razorback.
Razorback
Yeah.
cover.
Ozzy.
But so it was so weird. Like I was watching this. I watched this movie like a while ago now because we were supposed to do last week. And the same day, I was like, I was going through some old boxes that, like, I think, yeah, I was friends with Mids at this time, but my house caught on fire like years and years ago.
Oh, dude, that was
And
yeah.
it was
Yeah.
like absolutely horrible, like one of the most stressful things ever. I almost died. It was bad. But so a lot of things that I had like went into boxes. I just never opened them back up again. And I found something that I was like going through these boxes and I was like, dude, I forgot I even owned this, but it's this book. It's called Zombie Holocaust.
Hmm.
How the Living Dead Devoured Pop Culture. And it was like the same day I was watching Mutant that I found this. And it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool book with like, a lot of the very first fucking page is the goddamn Beyond.
Yeah, that's
But
amazing.
I didn't even look this up. I bet this is probably like maybe out of now, but I bought this in 2009 for 498. I don't know if you can see that, but I bought it
What
for
the
So
hell?
what's
498.
it is it about Italian films or what?
It's about zombies.
Or just zombies?
It's
Okay.
about yeah, like so I read this book before, but it's the first like most of the book, like the big chunk of it is just all about zombie movies, and then they start going into like literature and um
Hmm.
like pop culture, and then eventually they get into like the modern zombie movies. Like at the time it was like zombie strippers and shit like that,
Mhm.
Because it was right before. It's funny because it's like how the Living Dead devoured pop culture, but it's like right before 2009. Walking Dead came out in 2010, and then we got like a whole nother fucking
Right.
resurrection of zombies.
God,
Uh,
maybe the biggest resurrection ever.
yeah. So,
Still going.
yeah. So it's pretty cool though. The first part of the book is like the Magic Island, talking about um like Haiti and voodoo zombies, and then you get into like mummies, ghouls, and other like quasi zombies, and then you get into like Romero, and then you get into like European zombie films, uh, which is obviously like the Italian stuff. I think there's even a section in here about Jean Rollin,
Mm-hmm.
which is crazy because like when you suggested that show, I had no idea who he was, but I read about him before. um, but I just thought that was cool because like it was like it's very nostalgic, like looking at that thing, because I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this is like right before I got onto YouTube and I started getting really back into horror and shit like that. And I remember like wanting to learn about shit, and that was like one of the I think the very first time I like learned about Italian horror films was during in like 2004 for like Bravo's 100 Scariest Movie Moments, because they talked about like Suspiria and Zombie and stuff. And then that was the second time when I read that book, was when I started learning about like all these other shit. Because my I think I had like demons when I was a kid, but like none of my stores had anything like Italian horror. So it's kind of interesting. But anyway, yeah, Mutant. I've never seen this film before, but it is from the year 1984, directed by John Bud Cardos, who did a couple of other films. I'm not sure if I've seen much of his other stuff. I've definitely heard of some of them. Are you guys familiar with any of the other films he directed?
I've seen The Dark. What else did he do?
He did, yeah, he definitely did The Dark,
He
right?
did some motorcycle movies, I think, um, back in the 70s or 60s rather. Um, and then a movie called Nightmare Wax,
So
Blood at
Kingdom of the
Dracula's
Spiders,
Castles.
Oh,
love
Oh
that.
yeah,
Kingdom of the
for
Spiders. Yeah,
I've oh so those were I guess those would have been actor. So he was an actor before
I think it was a
directing.
stuntman.
Okay, maybe that's what it was. Yeah, Kingdom of the Spiders. I forgot about that. Daytime Ended. I've seen that.
The Dark, which
Uh,
is from seven. Yeah, that one's fun. That's all I
Kingdom
know.
of the Spiders is probably his best shit, honestly.
That
Looking at
movie's
it.
fucking amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
and
sure.
it's actually funny because I'll talk about the commentary a little bit later, but uh just quickly, they mentioned Kingdom of the Spiders in it, how this movie kind of feels like that. And I didn't know that the guy directed it at the time, but I was like, yeah, it does kind of feel like Kingdom of Spiders a little bit when they were talking about it. But yeah, so it basically follows Wings Hauser and his brother. Um, and they're sort of like traveling, enjoying a vacation in the South and shit like that. And they get ran off the road by these fuckers, and they end up like needing to get their car fixed and shit. So they go to the little town, and they end up like first they get like harassed by the assholes that ran them off the road, but they go into this town, go to like a bed and breakfast and shit, and then Wings Hauser's brother gets like fucking t- honestly, it's kind of stupid, but he gets pulled under his bed
Yeah, it gets boogeymaned.
by like an unknown assailant or creature or something. I think there's a scene at the very beginning too where there's like somebody going into like a building or something that gets attacked. I can't really remember.
I can't
Anyway,
remember either.
they end up there's some weird shit going on in the town, and they like find a body. He's looking for his brother and shit. He meets this I think she's a school teacher that he meets
Hmm.
and sort of befriends a little bit. And then there's like I think they find a he finds a body. They take the body to like the coroner, and then like this doctor wants to look at it and shit. And then there's all this weird shit happening, and a bunch of people are starting to get like there's like a like something toxic going on here. You later find out it's like this company came in and like just like dumping toxic waste around and shit, which is it's typical 80s shit.
Yeah.
Um, but essentially, eventually, like a zombie outbreak pretty much happens. I actually kind of really like the look of the zombies in here. It's very old school.
Yeah, me
They
too,
have like
man.
that blue gray look to them, like
It's
a
very
Dawn
like
of the
Dawn
Dead
of
or
the Dead
something.
feels. Yeah,
But it's
yeah.
like 1984, so it's like kind of like late for that look. You know what I mean?
I think
So
they.
it was kind of cool.
I think what happened with the look, they were going for something else, and it came out like that. They weren't trying to make them look like that. They just ended up
Yeah,
like that. So it was kind of a mistake. So, but then it ended up looking like Dawn of the Dead a little bit. So, yeah, whatever.
yeah. So it's basically him and the chick like trying to figure out what's going on and shit like that. And then there's like some zombie attacks and shit. There's actually like
It kind of
there's
feels
a
like a
scene.
conspiracy thing a little bit, right? It's got
Yeah.
kind of that angle going to it. Yeah. Small town conspiracy. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's like a really fucking funny scene that I laughed at where they find this kid in like a school and he just gets fucking mauled by other kid zombies and shit
Yeah.
in a bathroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, dude, they fucking just killed that kid.
Yeah.
Because
I
you think
love
that
that
he's gonna
scene. It's
like
great.
tag along with them for the rest of the movie or
It's
something,
great. Yeah.
But yeah, I fucked with that. And then like the dickhead dude shows back up at the later in the film and shit like that. But yeah, it's like kind of a regional type film. It has like a cool vibe to it. I've actually, like I said, I've never seen this movie before, but um, it's kind of like right up my alley. It's kind of the type of movies that I look for that just are like comfy watches in a way. Like I thought I'd seen all the like worthwhile like zombie movies. Like just from watching shit over the years. I never hear this one mentioned when you talk about like zombie films or anything. So I
No
never
one
really,
It's
talks about
definitely
this
overlooked.
movie.
It's definitely overlooked for sure.
yeah. So really didn't even know what it was. I just picked it
It
because
was
like I
kind of
did
hard to see for
nothing
years.
left.
When Code Red put out their Blu-ray, um, it was the best version of it for a long time because they had DVDs, but they were like very muddy and just shitty, and it was never good, man. It was never good. So
And it was still obscure because people never bought Code Red.
exactly, and that's part of the thing,
Yeah,
right?
because
So
people couldn't buy Code Red because they
Exactly.
were fucking douchebags. Horrible company.
I have no idea how the fuck I ended up with so many damn Code Reds. But yeah, no, this was like watching. It was like a breath of fresh air because I had the DVD. I think it was like a Gray Market, and it was shit quality. You probably had one too, Tony.
No, actually, the Code Red Blu-ray was the first time I ever watched it.
Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, this looks actually really good. I can't imagine. Is that a 4K or a Blu-ray?
4K.
Is
It
it
looks
really a 4K?
amazing.
Because this Blu-ray looks fucking good. I rewatched it. I was like,
does.
damn, dude, it looks really good. It's crazy. So
Yeah,
that's wild. That's wild.
Yeah, it's pretty good transfer. I actually ended up watching the Blu-ray too, for the commentary because I was like a lot of times like when I'm doing the commentaries, like I won't actually watch the movie again. I'll just like throw it on.
In here,
Yeah, and I was doing something else and just threw it on in on the Blu-ray player. And listened to commentary, but yeah, I think the picture quality on the 4K is like, it's like probably like a 4 out of 5, 4.5 out of 5, I'd say. It's pretty good. Vinegar Syndrome usually is pretty good with PQ. But I think that like I love I love small town horror films in general, but everybody, like, it feels like a town where everybody knows each other and shit like that. I dig that shit. I guess that's where the Kingdom of the Spiders like vibe comes through, because it's like a very like
it's the small town mentality where they hate all the city boys. Fuck you,
Yeah.
city boys.
And you got Bo Hopkins playing a cop for the 300th time.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And Wings
I
Hauser
love that.
just hamming it up in this. Like he's the best thing about this film for me, man.
Yeah,
think
I
Wings
love
Hauser-
watching him just flirt with that teacher. Like he's such a
Mhm.
fucking little like sleazeball.
He's just got so much confidence. He's got so much conviction in
Your
everything he
fucking
says in
brother
the
is
film.
missing and most likely dead. You're trying to get your dick wet.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it's funny because like the brother just like
Can't let it go to waste.
Nobody really cares.
I didn't realize, but his brother was actually the little boy from Burn Offerings.
Really?
really.
Yeah, he
That's
didn't
wild.
act in much.
Wow.
And the zombies in this one are kind of interesting because at this time it was a lot. I mean, I get it's like right before Return of the Living Dead. But
Same year though, right?
A little bit.
Oh no, 84. This is 84,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. They're a little bit like faster than what you're getting at the time. They're not like 28 days later fast or anything like Rage Virus, but they definitely move. And there's
the hand
actually
thing is really cool.
yeah, they look really good. I really
I
the
like them too.
acid blood with the cuts
Yeah.
because of like it being so hot in their bodies that it's almost like it's boiling, so it just like goes out.
That's a really unique part of it too.
Yeah.
Very alien-esque.
Mhm.
I think actually that's funny, like the tagline of this movie was like something like terror won't come from the skies or something like that. Which is like such a weird tagline.
Why the fuck was the movie called Night Skies?
Night Shadows.
Dude, I don't
Night
fucking
Shadows.
know.
I mean, even Night
Well,
Shadows.
Night Shadows, I guess, like a bunch of things.
But even like mutants, like if you look at this, like the name here the picture represents mutants. Like it kind of like I don't know.
It
But
looks
should've
like
been
the movie
Mutants.
Mutant.
Exactly.
The other alien like ripoff.
Exactly. But like Night Shadows and Mutant with this art, like it doesn't correlate to fucking zombies.
Honestly, like all the titles.
What
suck.
would you call this movie though?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Good question.
They probably could have figured that shit out.
You just call it like something fucking like the Living Dead at Manchester Morgue, you know what I mean? Just fucking
Right,
something,
like-
Living Dead in small town fucking shithole. I don't know. But I enjoyed this movie quite a bit actually. I thought it was the only thing I thought the ending was a bit like kind of lame. It's like it felt like kind of off, like a bunch of police just show up and shit, and it's like, first I thought we were getting Night of the Living Dead, but um it's just like didn't feel right for this like small town where there's like one sheriff, you know what I mean? Just like felt kind of like out of left field. But yeah, overall, I mean, I like this film a lot actually. Um, so I give it like a 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah.
For special features, I actually did one of the commentaries. There's two, and then it's funny because we canceled I wasn't gonna show up with any special features last week, but because I was like just so busy, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess I could get special features in then since we didn't do the show. Fucking didn't do any of them except for the commentary. Forgot about it.
Fucking
so but I did listen to the goddamn commentary, which is more than what all you fuckers ever do. That actually takes longer than watching the features.
Dude, sometimes I watch the features and it's like 4 hours of features, man. So
yeah, I tend to like the commentaries a little bit more sometimes because I feel like the thing is, if you watch the commentaries and then you watch the features, a lot of it's just regurgitated shit from the commentaries.
Yeah.
So it's like you pick one or the other, you know. But there's an archival commentary. I didn't do that one because I would rather hear like the newest thing.
Right.
So I did the new commentary, which is with film historians Howard S. Berger and Steve Mitchell. Funny thing about Steve Mitchell is he's a film historian, I guess, is what it says. But he actually wrote Chopping Mall, which I thought was kind of interesting. He was a co-writer on Chopping Mall.
Wow.
But the commentary was honestly like not the best. I learned a couple things. They mostly just talked about like how the movie was made a little bit. They talked about Wings Hauser a lot, like just talking about how much he like went for it and like would like try real hard and stuff like that. There was one funny little tidbit with the lead female where they were it might have been the bathroom scene because they like it was either the bathroom scene or the car flip scene where she's like comes out of the top of the car and like jumps down or whatever, and the camera's like in the front of the car, like while it's on its side, or it's in the bathroom where they were like climbing over the stalls and shit when they're getting attacked by all the kids. But they talk about when they went to shoot that scene, she's like, we can't shoot this scene. And they're like, what do you mean we can't shoot this scene? She's like, I forgot to wear underwear today, because she's wearing a dress in the scene. So like where the camera's positioned, like,
oh yeah,
see, like, up her skirt a few times.
Even in that, they obviously put underwear on there because you can see up her dress.
Yeah, so somebody like on set literally like, because I guess they were like kind of far out and stuff, had to like drive to like a fucking Walmart or something and buy some underwear,
some granny panties.
It'd been funny if she just like took somebody else's.
Right, yeah.
Just like the fucking PA, just like, here, take mine.
So I thought that was kind of funny, but other than that, the commentary
funny.
was like kind of basic.
So she forgot to wear underwear on a scene where she's gonna be elevated above. Like, what the fuck?
I don't believe.
Yeah, but she's wearing a dress mood, so she she can't show her panty line. You know how it is. She wasn't sure.
I don't believe anybody forgets to wear underwear. I feel like that's a choice you make.
Yeah, she definitely made that choice. Yeah.
Yeah.
She wanted to show that ass off.
But yeah, so they had to go get her underwear and stuff. But yeah, commentary was all right, I guess. They talked a little bit about Kingdom of the Spiders and stuff, which was cool. I really like that. I haven't watched that in a while, but I've always loved that movie. So yeah, that is Mutant. Honestly, like probably I haven't watched everything from this month, but probably my favorite thing that I've watched from this month.
It's a really good movie.
It's fun.
Like it was my second watch. I only watched it the one time on the Code Red Blue, and it really went up. I think I bumped mine up to an 8. And you're right when you say it's just like a cozy watch, like a Sunday morning afternoon type of movie.
Yeah.
I feel like every movie with Wings Hauser is like a cozy watch, man. That dude is entertaining. He's fun to watch. He always puts in a good performance, and like I don't know, he's just one of those dudes. He's like
even a movie like Vice Squad is a cozy watch.
Yep. I just honestly love like regional, just like small town type movies. And like the older I get, I find I love like this stuff. To me, it sometimes hits just as hard as like when I watch like just a really well made like great movie, like great story, like because this is basic, like the story's simple, it's like it's a basic movie and stuff, but like there's something about these type of movies that just click with me where it's like it's like feels like home, you know.
Yeah, you can't recreate that on a set.
Yeah.
And that's like what makes like those regional like indie movies like so special.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Mutant was pretty cool. Definitely had like definitely happy to own this because I never owned like the DVD or the fucking Code Red or anything. So this is like a highlight from Vinegar Syndrome for me for the
I think
year.
that's the second Code Red Blu-ray that Vinegar Syndrome has made me upgrade this year. The first one was that fucking Panic movie
Yeah, that one you said sucked.
from February. Have you watched that yet?
I threw it in one night and never I like
They
fell
did it
asleep
on
or something.
purpose.
Bacterion. Let's rename it something else so no one finds out.
Have they done other
Classic.
Code Red titles?
I think so. They had to have.
Yeah. I feel like Code Red is titles are probably getting out there more.
Yeah, they're starting to get poached.
Yeah, probably a good thing. So yeah.
I know Severin just announced another Code Red upgrade. That fucking like disco box set that they came out with has a Code Red upgrade on that. The man with two left feet or two shoes or whatever. The fucking
Y'all's
John
gonna grab that
Travolta.
shit or what?
No, hell no. I ain't
Fuck, dude.
watching
I
it.
was like, I have no interest in grabbing that disco set at all.
Fuck that.
I love Severin, but that shit is way out my box, man.
Yeah. Good luck to the
They're doing
people.
some weird shit.
Yeah, it's just no, I'm not doing
But
that.
I do love
So
Saturday Night Fever. I do think that's a great movie.
I don't even remember it. I mean, I remember it, but it's been years. But all right, so that's going to conclude the solo reviews. Let's get into the featured review. All right, so we're going to take it all the way back to 1978 with a notorious film simply called Faces of Death. So, what is your guys' history, if you have history with Faces of Death?
I don't have history, and I kind of had misconceptions about this movie.
So you never seen this one before?
No.
I
goddamn
have never seen it before. I knew what it was for a very long time. Like even when I was like a kid, I'd heard people talk about it. Never had it to rent anywhere or anything. I had always heard, like I think I thought it was a bit different. So first of all, I thought it was like I can't even believe anybody would think some of this stuff was real, like at one time, like the monkey thing.
Yeah.
When you find out that that shit is just cauliflower and then you look at it,
But
it's literally just a piece of cauliflower.
But apparently a lot of people did think this shit was real.
I
Well,
thought
yeah,
the movie
if you
was
were-
supposed to be all real, and it was just going to show you like.
But I think though, if you're
I
watching
figured
this,
out pretty quick it wasn't. Well, I mean, I watched the new one actually before I watched this, so I was like, "Oh, this movie's like a Blair Witch
that kind of
Project.
sucks actually that you watched the remake first because it's kind of cool.
I would have
because,
known. I would have known pretty quickly. Like some of the stuff, like it's pretty obvious.
No, it's cool because I actually watched these back to back. Like I rewatched Faces of Death original, and then I watched the remake, and I thought it was kind of cool to hear the voiceovers from the original one in the remake, like word for they just sampled straight up, like throughout the. I thought that was kind of cool. Right,
and then they remix like the old theme at the end.
Yeah. So there's kind of cool things that they did with it, but
they didn't do the monkey thing. God damn it!
Didn't do the. Yeah, I mean,
Imagine like in the remake if they recreated the monkey scene. They put a guy's head in a table and then have the mannequins like with probably like robot arms like bashing their fucking
Yeah, I'm
head with
super.
like
Yeah,
something. Wouldn't that be cool?
They
Yeah.
should have just done the monkey scene anyway.
So,
Right.
like, you guys that are more familiar with it, like, what is like real in this?
So, well, obviously the executions are not real. So
So like the war shit's obviously real. Like a lot of
Basically,
like
the news footage, and like, I at the beginning, I even
basically,
like would have thought the autopsy stuff was real, but it's like not even like completely real. It's like when they get close up and show you like guts and stuff, like that's real. But when they zoom out,
well, it's
yeah,
kind of
that's
interesting when you
real.
I
watch
mean,
it.
the slaughterhouse stuff is definitely
yeah,
real.
that stuff's real.
Obviously,
They
that's
do a
real,
really
yeah.
good job.
That's the worst part of this entire movie for me. That shit is
100%.
hard to watch, dude. I love fucking meat, dude, and I love
Yeah,
like
it's hard to see
steak.
where it
It's my
comes from.
favorite food.
Yeah.
Bro, that shit made me almost want to be vegetarian, dog. I'm like,
You want to hear
Just
something
remember,
crazy?
just remember that was 50 years ago.
oh,
Now
wanna
they
hear-
use that gun now.
You want to hear something fucking crazy, JP?
oh, that
So when I
gun
was a
smelled
kid,
good.
I was like, fuck, I don't know, 7 or 8 years old, and like I understood where like meat came from, but then I
Me too.
found out for
I know.
real.
I've seen people gut deers and stuff.
Yeah.
Fucking, I don't like that either.
Yeah.
But, like, it just, I've always separated myself from, you know, I don't want to think about that shit. But dude, it's fucked up, man.
I know. So like when I was a kid, like I had no problem. Then I saw it, how it was like processed and stuff. And then I literally didn't eat meat for, I think it was almost 3 years as a kid. I couldn't touch meat because it was like grossing me out. I'm like, oh my God, that like, you have to kill it and do this. And it was fucked up to me, man. It was
It's
really
just
What
fucked.
broke you,
brutal,
though?
dude.
It
my
fucked my
God. I couldn't
mentality
even
up.
imagine having a job like that.
I know.
What made you eat meat again, Moods?
I don't know. Actually, even
Chicken
my
wings?
wife, even my wife asked me that one time, and she's like, "What made you start eating meat again?" Because and I was like, "I don't really know. I think it just one day I was like, I need to start eating meat again." I don't know.
It
I have
actually
no, I
bothers
don't
me.
remember.
Really
I don't
good right now.
remember.
For some reason, when chickens like die, that doesn't bother me that much. I don't know. They just seem like stupid or something. Like,
Because they're like
they-
comical because they run around.
yeah, but like
Yeah, their
cows,
nerves is
dude, I'm
crazy.
like, dude, they're like nice and stuff.
I
Yeah,
know.
they're
Like
mammals.
cows are just like chickens seem like dickheads, you know what I mean? Like, but cows are just like moo. Like it's like you feel bad.
Yeah, I don't want to see a cow die. I don't want to see a pig die, a sheep. I don't want to see any of them things die.
So
Yeah,
I think the
it's
way,
like too much like a dog, you know what I mean?
Right.
yeah,
like-
and I hate that scene in this film too with the dog fights because I've always been against dog fights, but when you see the end
I
result,
feel like those were doctored too.
Yeah, those are fake.
Yeah, those were
Well,
fake.
I think the end result, I think the fight might have been, but like the end, they do show a clip of a dead dog, right?
No,
So
it's fake.
if that one's fake,
Yeah, that's all fake.
okay. Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Honestly,
sure
you can
Like
really
the clip
tell
of
what's-
them, the clip of the dogs two going at it is fake.
It's
Yeah,
like
that's-
they're playing.
That's fake because they're playing. You can see their tails wagging.
Yeah, they're like playing, and then they just got them covered in blood, so it kind of looks like it's like an actual dog.
It's just
fight,
like laying there, like
Well, because it's so
breathing.
easy to catch footage of dog fights because there's so much of it out there.
but I feel like there's not anymore. Like when I was a kid,
Well, in
I
the
knew
70s
about dog
at that time
fights.
there definitely was.
Like even in like in the late 90s, early 2000s, like I knew people that were doing that shit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I actually saved a dog from like a drug dealer who was fighting dogs, but we ended up having to put him down. But like,
Wow, the hero becomes the villain.
but no, like I feel like nowadays, like ever since fucking Mike Vick, I think, dude, people are just like, you're a piece of shit. Like nobody's down with dog fighting, bro.
Yeah, dog fighting is fucked up, man. But
How insane was that? Can we just like
Dude,
talk football for like 1 second
bro.
here? Like how like monumental
I remember
that
that was
fucking
nuts
was
when
when
that
that
happened.
fucking happened.
I remember
It's so crazy.
they did the 30 for 30 on Mike Vick like a few
Yeah.
years ago.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I could finally see like what this guy was thinking. Like, okay, let me watch this. And I'm just like, still doesn't make sense. Like, this is fucking dumb. Like, it essentially came down to he just had a really lot of bad people around him that he just couldn't leave like the street life. And it's like, but he still was like, it's like his houses got dog compounds, like for breeding dog fight. Like, bro, you are a fucking millionaire.
Yeah,
like,
you're
the
like
best player
one
in
of
the
the
NFL. Like, you're gonna
absolute
probably win like
top of the
2
world.
Super Bowls at minimum. Like, it's insane, dude. Like, that is one of the wildest fucking stories ever.
So, Tony, what's your history with the film?
I don't know like what exactly happened or why my mom actually was cool with this. But like I remember when I was younger, my parents had an argument about Faces of Death because they're pretty young. They're like Gen Xers, and they watched it growing up, and they were complaining. I forget who was complaining about like who one's complaining about being real, and one was talking about being fake, and they rented that shit, and we watched it with them like as kids. Like I watched
Right.
Faces of Death as like a fucking like 11-year-old as a family just to settle a dispute between my parents. It was really weird. But yeah, like it.
That's
That's
funny,
so
actually.
funny.
So that's
dude.
crazy. Like your
That's
parents are
actually
Gen Xers.
hilarious.
Like I'm a Gen Xer.
That
like
sounds
so
like
fucked up.
that sounds like out of a South Park episode.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Like
They were just
Butters,
like,
Butters crashing out. Like, fine, I'll solve it.
Yeah, I see. Like for me, I could have like I don't know. I
don't
had such
remember.
a different
I
upbringing.
do.
too,
My
like,
mom was like really traumatized by the monkey scene. That fucked her up.
Which
more
is the
than
fakest
anything.
scene in the whole film. Which
Yeah,
is so
It's the
definitely
fakest scene in the
Yeah.
whole movie.
film.
It's so funny.
It's crazy.
like it looks like they're just like touching the monkey. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
It is
like,
clearly
tap,
they're holding like
tap.
foam, like
but it's
hammers.
the laughing.
Yeah.
It's they kept in the laughing. And you're like, this can't be real. No one's gonna react to killing an animal like that and just like giggling after. It just doesn't make any sense.
But I don't know. I didn't have any like restrictions on shit that I could watch when I was growing up. Like my mom was so like I could have rented like the worst shit in the world and she wouldn't even notice or whatever because like she just wasn't like didn't pay attention and wasn't there, you know.
My mom was weird where she would show me like I couldn't get away with renting whatever I wanted at Blockbuster, but she would show me shit that was wildly inappropriate to show a kid.
I don't even know if that is a sentence. Besides like actual like X-rated stuff, like I don't think there's anything that's like too inappropriate for a kid to see.
Well,
like I actually
stuff
mean
like
that.
if you're having restrictions on your kid, like what your kid can wear at the video store, you probably shouldn't show them like Nightmare on Elm Street when you're
JP, you don't
Or
know
stuff like that.
parents
But
of today.
I don't understand that. Though.
Everything's
Like,
inappropriate to every
okay,
parent now.
I
It's
understand
fucked.
that, but like, okay, what does like how many people do you know that watched Nightmare on Elm Street when they were like a kid or too young? Like it has done nothing to anybody. So what is the harm in it? Like that's what I don't understand. Like what is the actual fear of showing someone Nightmare on Elm Street or
It's because of
a
what
scary movie?
society has done to mentalities, man. Like everything's inappropriate. Like my kid the other day was watching The Rock.
I mean, like I think it's like pretty violent. Like
And
Yeah, but what
Aaron-
does that what does that affect?
I mean, I don't think you should show.
It's scary.
Yeah,
It's gonna scary.
I
Give
don't know.
him
But
See,
like,
Tyler's
why,
going to be a
though?
totally different parent than I am.
But why? Just why though? Like, why is violence off limits? Like, what do you think it's gonna do? Like, because the reason you're not showing it is because it's gonna. What is the fear there?
See,
I feel
my
like it's
upbringing,
mostly
my
sex
It's
upbringing-
that's off
adult. It's
limits.
just adult. That I think she was more into that, but it's basically I don't know, just like adult content that you might not necessarily want to.
I always found it so fascinating.
But you were a kid. Well, like, did you not talk? Like, kids are like the most filthy, like, fucking things ever. Like, they're talking about fucking Becky's tits and stuff like that. And you know what I mean? Like, like people try to like hide shit from kids that they've already seen.
I don't think that's like now. I mean, now it's like it's cool. It's a whole different world now.
I kind of am like with you, JP. People don't give kids enough credit. They're a lot smarter than people like realize.
Yeah, like the only argument that I could see is like, I don't want to deal with my kid having nightmares and stuff. Like, I could understand that, but at the same time, it's like,
If
that's
the kid
like
gets
you have to
nightmares,
use
then
your
they should
No,
discernment.
I think
know
the
that
problem
I
is,
shouldn't
man,
watch horror movies.
Right.
Like
yeah.
I got a different
I've
I got a
definitely
different
got nightmares.
perspective here, man. I'm like the most open person. Like I don't give a fuck what my kid watches. The thing is, my kid does give a fuck what he watches because he's been so sensitized to like the world and shit, and he's a fucking pussy. My kid's a fucking vagina pussy. And like it's crazy. Here's a great example of how big of a pussy he is. the wife was like, his girlfriend's over there, like, oh, you guys want to watch a movie? Go into dad's room and pick a movie. They couldn't decide because there's like 10 million movies. So she goes in there and she's like, well, we're going to, The Rock this summer, Alcatraz. So she literally put on The Rock for my son and his girlfriend to watch. Like, check out, it was filmed at the Alcatraz. And so I'm like, so did you like the movie? And he's like, yeah, there was some pretty inappropriate parts on there. I looked at him and I said, you're a fucking pussy. I literally said that to him. I'm like, what was inappropriate? Like,
yeah, what parts?
Nick Cage's fucking amazing acting in the film, that was inappropriate, like overacting. I'm like, there was some sex stuff in there. And I'm thinking to myself, going, what sex was it?
Maybe it's that one line about like the winners go home and fuck the prom queen.
Maybe. I have no idea. I'm thinking to myself, going, what in the fuck is going on here? Like, I would allow my kid to watch anything he wants, but he's offended by The Rock.
Yeah, and that's fair too. Like,
it's crazy to me, man.
I think there is like a level to it and stuff, like where you need to know how your kid is and stuff, because like,
he's not
there's a lot of
anything I'm into. So
there's a lot of like, but I think it's good for you, like, to be scared when you're young.
Yeah, it is good. They've actually done studies on it, and a lot of people that are into horror films are very more cerebral. They understand things a lot more better, and like it's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. There's literally what is it at is it Brown? Maybe it's even Harvard. I can't even remember. They do there's a program on studying like horror films and how it is actually really good for your cerebral. It's good for your mentality and shit like that. It's actually quite interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's studies on it, man. Like, being scared is a good thing. And it's quite interesting how, I mean, there's a reason why that genre fans, like horror film fans, we have these podcasts and stuff. Is there a lot of podcasts out there just talking about fucking shitty ass comedies and dramas and stuff? No.
Not really.
Because these films are worth talking about, because there's so much, they're a lot more cerebral than
people talking about them.
Because they're a lot more cerebral than you think they are, because you can look into there's a lot more things. Dude, I didn't even realize you were in a Face of the Death shirt. That's fucked up.
I noticed it.
I didn't even realize the whole fucking time. I just noticed I was looking at your titties, and then I was like, oh, we're in a Face of the Death shirt. But yeah, there's a reason why they have these programs and shit. I'm like, it's pretty sweet. Anyways.
So yeah, Faces of Death.
Well, I was going to tell you my history with Face of the Death.
Oh yeah.
So I was terrified to watch Faces of Death, even when I was 14, 15 years old, because the only thing I'd ever heard about Faces of Death was, it's all real killings. And I was like, and at a young age, I was a very, I'm not the smartest kid in the world, but like, I knew what I didn't want to see. I was one of those kids where I was like, I know if I see something, I can't unsee that. You know what I mean?
Dude, I was the same way. Like, so we've talked about it before, but like,
yeah.
Two Girls, One Cup, never seen it. I knew what it was. I never wanted to see it because I didn't want to see it. Same thing with like,
I can see it right now.
Do you remember like rotten.com and all like the shock sites of like the 2000s?
Yeah.
I avoided that shit like the plague, bro. I didn't want to see anybody die for real, or I didn't want to see these fucking Taliban beheading videos. Yeah. Like, I don't like that shit. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see slaughterhouses and weird shit like that. So like, Faces of Death was like never something I even wanted to see, because I thought I always heard that it was like like half real footage, half like not, but it's more just like mainly a movie, and not a lot of real shit in there.
And that was the thing, man, because when I was younger, I remember hearing about it, and it was like, oh, it's all real killings, it's all this crazy shit, and I'm like, well, fuck, man. I'm like, I love movies, I like watching this shit, but I'm like, I don't want to see shit for real, and I was terrified that I was going to see some shit that was going to freak me out. And I was like, okay, fuck this. So I finally ended up watching it. My buddy had a bootleg of it. I don't even ever remember seeing Faces of Death as a rental that I can remember. It may have been there. I just don't remember ever seeing it. So I ended up watching it on a bootleg when I was probably, it was later 90s, maybe the mid 90s. Maybe I might've been 16 years old. I don't know. So probably in the mid 90s. And I was like, yeah, I could tell some shit. I didn't believe for a second that the monkey shit was real. I was like, that's fucking bullshit. But the shit that fucked me up in the film, man, was the plane crash shit, because that's real footage. And I'm like, ugh. damn, bro. And to this day, even rewatching it again, because I've seen it a couple times since, and again, rewatching it this time, that is fucked me up, bro. Like, I worked in airport for 10 years. I couldn't tell you how many times it crossed my mind a couple times. Like, that was the first time I ever saw like plane crash carnage for real. It always stuck in my brain, but it did exactly what I didn't want it to do when I watched it. It burnt itself into my mind. Can never unsee it. So when I was younger, I kind of I'd flown before, but like when you see shit like that, you kind of build a little bit of a phobia for flying. And I was like, I don't want to end up like fucking Chop Suey here kind of thing. So I was a little bit scared. And then, you eventually get over
fear.
Yeah, it was like you saw the after effects of it, and I was like, holy fuck, bro, that's fucking brutal.
I'm a statistics guy, man. Like, if I don't fear driving in a car every day and that's like more of a chance of me dying, like, to me, I don't fear flying. You know what I mean? Or like, if it's very unlikely for me to die in that way, like, it's just hard for me to like be afraid of things that are unlikely, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I guess in those days, like, I'd only flown a few times. Like, I was 16, so I'd only been on a plane a couple times. You saw that and you're like, damn, I don't want to be on a fucking plane. That's fucked up. So it kind of fucked
me up. I remember upstairs window.
Yeah.
I remember at like work and shit like that. There was a story going around about like this, like somebody who got shot at like a hotel or something like that. So it got robbed and like shot in the head. And like everybody I worked with is all like, oh my God, like they're all like scared and shit. I'm like, it's like super, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's super unlikely that's going to happen to you. Like, like when I went to that movie theater, it was this year, I think. And, there was a shooting outside of it, like a week later or something like that. And like, people are like, oh, I'm not going back to that. I'm like, your chances of getting shot there now are like even way less than they were before, because the chances of like 2 shootings happening there
at the same place.
Yeah, it's like now's like the best time to go if you're.
That reminds me. That reminds me of Studebakers, man. So in my second year of music school back in 2002, I lived in Burnaby, which is just outside on the outskirts of Vancouver, and we had this club. It was called Studebakers, and it was just off of Kingsway by famous Metrotown. And so one night we were having a party at our house. It was on a Saturday night. I remember this vividly, actually. It was Saturday night. And all of a sudden, people were leaving and they're like, man, there's a fucking ton of cops up the road. And I'm like, holy shit, you can hear all these ambulances. It's just chaos up there. And we're like, whatever. It's like, it's Burnaby. There's shit's always going down. So anyways, we wake up the next day and we find out that there was this drug deal that went bad behind the club. And I think it was 11 people were shot and killed behind the club. And I think 17 were shot overall, whatever, but like 11 or 12 died. And we're like, holy fuck, that's fucking wild. And we'd gone into Studebakers tons of times. Like, I love that club. It was a great club. Anyways, they reopened after a couple weeks, and guess where we were after a couple weeks? At Studebakers. I'm like, the chances of us getting killed at this club is like so fucking minimal, because it was gang related, whatever it was. And like, I'm like, I don't have any fears of going here because I'm not related to it, right? But some people see that shit and they're like, I'm not going to that shit, man. I get that though. It's the fear of being in the same place where all this tragedy happened and stuff like that. But I'm like,
it hits close to home.
But it's like most of the shit that happened around that, if it was, gang related, Hell's Angels, gang or whatever it was, you have no fears, man. They ain't trying to fuck with you. There's nothing to do with you, man. So like, I always looked at it like that. I'm like, I never had any issues, man. So we were there like 2 weeks after they reopened, and I'm like, whatever, 11 people died. Who cares? It is what it is. But so anyways, enough with the story times. Faces of Death, 1978. Synopsis: a collection of death scenes ranging from TV material to homemade Super 8 movies. So it's not like I guess when you read the synopsis there, it kind of comes off as being like a straight up kind of like just clip show documentary, but it's kind of like a pseudo documentary in a sense. Like, it has a narrative to it.
Yeah, it's definitely more documentary than I was expecting.
Yeah. I mean,
Which I actually think it's put together pretty well.
Yeah, yeah,
I think
like
it's
fake,
a pretty nifty.
it's a fictional
like,
documentary. You know, it's about a dude that like, oh, he's a coroner, right? And he wants to just, kind of travel around and see the different faces of death, which is basically just different ways of how people die and stuff like that, and just kind of dig deep into, the different ways of dying and stuff like that. Just kind of document it, basically, is what he wants to do. And so it turns into kind of a clip show, but there's a narration to it. So I think what they say Faces of Death is about 60% real material, which is a lot of new stock footage that they use in it, and about 40% like fictional kind of things. Yeah. I mean, most of the stuff that is fictional, it's pretty fucking obvious. The most obvious one to me, besides the monkey head, is the crocodile scene. That one is probably the most obvious.
I think it's the bear for me.
I think it's an alligator, by the way.
The bear, and also the serial killer when he comes out of the house and the SWAT team shoots him down. Like that's obviously staged. Like
he's like falling before he gets shot.
All the cult stuff is like really fucking fake fill in too.
Yeah. The cult stuff, but it's but the cool thing about this, the movie, is that it raises all these questions about like death and stuff like that, and it never really tries to like answer any of them, because you don't really fucking know. There's no real answer to the questions, right? And I think that's kind of cool, and it really does go through like every kind of possibility of like, dying and all these different type of ways and stuff. I think it's kind of cool. Faces of Death is more of like, it's more of an overall look of what they're dealing with. Like I rewatching the film, like you don't really see a lot of actual faces in the death scenes. You don't see the actual faces, right? It's just an overall term, right? It's kind of cool. But one thing I did learn, actually, I was looking at some facts and stats and stuff like that. The scene where the apparently it's a girl that get fucking her head crushed by the rig or whatever. It's actually a dude. Yeah. It's actually a dude.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. So it's like it's actually real footage, which is fucking gruesome as hell. But in the documentary, they say it's a girl, but it turns out it's actually a guy, because the sister of the guy that got killed, like she had done something anyway. She'd like done an interview and said, no, it actually was my brother that died, and they used the footage and blah blah blah. I was like, what the fuck? That's just crazy. That it's like it wasn't a chick, but yeah, that scene.
I thought it was wearing like a babushka or something.
Yeah, it's fucking that one's really gruesome, man. But so what are your guys' overall thoughts on watching Faces of Death?
I think it's pretty well put together. It's like an interesting like experiment. I think it's really kind of a genius idea for like somebody to make back in the 70s to like sell this thing. It's sort of one of those innovative type things. Like, we talk about so many different films from throughout time that just really did something different. It does kind of feel like a little bit of like Legend of Boggy Creek to me, which came out before it. Mm-hmm. Just with like the pseudo documentary stuff.
Yeah.
It really does, actually. I never thought about that.
I'm a huge fan of Legend of Boggy Creek. I absolutely love that movie. And it sort of gives like a similar vibe to me. But it's like funny watching it in like nowadays, like with just like some of the like the monkey stuff and stuff that just seems so fake, where I'm like,
I think the reason why the monkey stuff works so good, if you're watching it back in the day, was almost everything leading up to the monkey scene was like real kind of footage, right? You get all the
was the slaughterhouse
stuff. Yeah, the
slaughterhouse is like right at the beginning.
I mean, I remember how gullible people were when the Blair Witch Project came out, so it doesn't surprise me that people.
What do you mean gullible? That was so fucking amazing.
I wouldn't say it's gullible, Tyler. I think it's fucking. It's really good marketing.
What about Blair Witch?
They sold that really well.
I remember my parents arguing like idiots of like if it was real or not.
Blair Witch?
Because the marketing was so good on it, dude. It was sold as
I understand the marketing was good, but like it just it's like it's something I don't think that would ever work today. My point is, like, by comparison, like, people were a lot more gullible than we are.
It wouldn't work today because it's already been done for one.
Because people are desensitized. I mean, in 1978 when this shit came out, people were a lot less desensitized.
I don't think
to watching shit like this.
Oh, for sure. And I also don't think people were expecting someone would make like a fake documentary and like sell it. They're going to be much more.
Well, that's why Boggy Creek works so well too. Right?
I'm more talking specifically about the way that it looks. Like it looks fake. Like Blair Witch, nothing in it looks fake.
No, okay. No. I mean like over like in general. Like it's being real.
Yeah, well, I don't think that it's gullible for somebody to think that a documentary would come out and show, like back then. I don't think people would be gullible with the point of a documentary coming out that shows real footage. What I'm saying is like the actual footage that they show looks super suspect that it's fake.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm like, I don't know why people would think that was real.
And that's also coming from a perspective of today, though, too. Like in 1978, like people would have a different perspective on.
They also would be watching it on a fucking shitty VHS tape too.
Yeah. But like, the monkey scene, and like I said though, like the construction of the film would have worked really well for the monkey scene because, like I said, everything leading up to that was actually real footage, and then they do the monkey scene, and you're like, okay, well, everything seems really real. Even though, like us watching it nowadays, we're like, we know exactly what's going on. It's ridiculous.
4SK, so
yeah, that's So, but I think overall the movie is actually really entertaining. It's honestly, dude, this thing runs almost 2 hours long. It doesn't really feel it.
Really?
Does it?
Holy shit!
That's what I'm saying. Minutes. It doesn't feel.
I didn't even notice that. I don't think I ever checked the time in this one
because I think it's it's diving into so many different elements and it's covering so many different, ways of dying and shit. You're just like, you don't realize how long it's actually going for. I think the other scene in the film that always fucking kind of disturbs me, man, is the parachute guy. That shit's brutal. So I had a buddy in high school. His dad was an anesthesiologist, but he was, he did paramedic shit before he became an anesthesiologist. But he said one of the most brutal things he ever went to, a scene he ever went to, was a dude that's parachute didn't open. And he said it was fucking insane because when he hit the ground, like his body basically liquefied, like his bones just shattered. Like he actually went into the ground a little bit and he was like liquefied. And I'm like, could you imagine rolling up on that? Like, what do you do with that?
Get a squeegee.
Exactly. You just shovel them up. So it was crazy.
Scoop them up.
Fucking wild. So I was thinking about that when I was rewatching that scene. I was like, oh my god, dude, that's so brutal. But yeah, I still think, like I said before, the plane stuff was the most vicious in my mind because it's just, oh my god, dude, that the footage is so brutal. And like hearing people talk about like how bodies flew across the road and like landed on people's roofs and in through their windows and shit. But like you see the carnage and like it's literally just shredded bodies. And apparently there's in the trivia that I think it says that Whoopi Goldberg actually witnessed that happen in San Diego. And that was what made her like not fly. I don't know if she probably changed her mind after years, but she saw that shit and didn't fly anymore. But I mean, to be honest, if you see a plane crash and you see that type of carnage, pretty tough to get on a plane after that,
Yeah, I mean, Travis Barker doesn't fly anymore either, but he was fucking in a plane
He fucking
crash.
didn't make it out the runway.
You know what's
on fire?
You want to hear something fucking wild, dude? Aaron has a friend who's been in 2 plane crashes and survived both of them.
Does she still fly?
I don't know. No idea, but she's been in 2 different plane crashes and survived both of them. It's fucking insane.
I'm almost up to, fuck that.
I think I'm out after the second one.
Yeah, after one, I'm not.
Because at that point, it feels like destiny. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, bro. Like if you get struck by lightning,
I think if you survive a plane crash, it's never going to happen again.
Yeah, but if you do a second one, if you survive a second one,
isn't that fucking
that's fucking
wild?
God telling you to calm down.
Maybe I'll get used to it.
I know, dude. Like, what are the chances of 2, man? It's crazy. I worked in airport for 10 years.
Like people that's been like struck by lightning like 4 times and shit.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
Fucking hell.
I think like just because people
you guys are doing it on purpose
get
now.
Like struck or like
just standing on hills holding
Dude, these guys
poles
are
and
like
shit.
running out there in thunderstorms, standing under trees, like wearing a suit of armor.
Yeah.
Hit me!
Suit of armor. Lieutenant Dan and shit.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
there's a storm.
Going back to the slaughterhouse thing, I don't think there's not an ounce of me that could ever work in a slaughterhouse, bro.
Dude, that's the same thing.
Yeah,
that footage is so, because I love cows, dude. Like I'll eat them, but I can't see the motherfuckers die, bro. Like
hell no.
Dude,
it's so brutal.
I genuinely looked away a few times during that shit.
Yeah,
dude,
I pulled my phone out.
It sucks, man. It reminded me of like why I didn't eat meat for like 3 years. It's like,
dude,
damn,
the funny thing is,
I guess
I think I had a steak
I wouldn't
like the
say
same week.
It's like my problem with the film, but like I guess like my criticism would be when you get to like scenes like that, you're kind of it's like, what's the point, man? Like now I'm like just watching like fucking stock footage of gore videos. Like I don't want to be doing that,
dude.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck, man. I just looked at the fucking top cast of Faces of Death, and it literally lists Adolf Hitler and Mussolini.
I thought I was gonna like
I don't know if I should be laughing at that, but that's fucking hilarious to see that
funny,
they're
like
started.
Listed like some of the animals' names.
I've always found that the World War II
we should
footage.
Probably say like, we're kind of like crying over cows and stuff, but there's some other like serious shit that they show in this.
Yeah, well, I was going to get into the
important.
World War II stuff, man. Like every time, like I've watched this shitload of World War II documentaries, and I've seen a lot of footage and stuff, but it never seems to get any easier to watch that shit, man. Like when you see those bodies all mounted up and shit, like it's just the fuck, bro.
I mean, I think it's like actually like the biggest like atrocity in human history.
It is. I mean? There's nothing. Well, literally. I mean, the numbers vary depending on what sources you go to, but I mean, they talk up to like 5 million
sources
Jews.
Say none happened.
That's fucking insane.
It's all a hoax.
So all the footage is just faked. It's faked. Whatever. But
yeah, Stanley Kubrick directed it.
Yeah. Well, he did the moon landing, right? So I love every time we've had comments every time I mention that, they're like, "Oh yeah, it was faked. Yeah, it was faked."
You ever meet a real flat earther?
No, I don't think I've ever met someone real.
It's like real weird. Like you're playing, right? They take it like real serious.
I don't understand that because doesn't like the flat earth theory, like if that exists, like I think like scientifically, like to them, like Australia can't exist.
Well, they've obviously never flown before because if you fly, you know that there's a curvature in the world.
They say that
like right away. Like you just know. It's fucking insane. Ask any pilot. So these guys it's insane.
I've seen like multiple videos of like flat earthers like trying things and debunking themselves. And then not like trusting and then not trusting the test and be like, well, it could have been this.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, just being willfully ignorant. It's what it is.
Exactly.
I think it's an attention
at this
grabber.
point.
I think it's just about attention though.
They want to be in the club.
It's absurd. It's absurd. It's pure factual. Come on.
We're definitely
figured this shit out 500 years ago.
We're definitely gonna have a comment from a flat earther.
100%. I hope we do. I hope we do. That's great. And speaking of comments, man, by the way, who the fuck was that fucking fucktard that was telling me to ease up on JP? What the hell did I say in that episode that was so offensive to this asshole on the show? He's like, ease up on JP.
Yeah, you should.
What did I say?
I don't know. It was probably something bad, though.
It couldn't have been bad. Nobody can remember. Yeah, because it didn't happen. Just like
too traumatic.
Yeah,
it didn't happen.
Ease up on me.
I thought that was funny. He left a really good comment, and he's like, and by the way, Moodz, ease up on JP. I'm like, what the fuck?
I'm with that guy.
I'm like, shut up, bro. Stop being so fucking sensitive, silly, you fucker. It's ridiculous. But you know what other scene's like really ridiculous in this? The guy that brings like the M16 to go fucking hunting in the ocean. Give me a fucking break. Who goes hunting in the fucking ocean with a gun?
That guy.
A hillbilly.
That's so stupid.
So I'm looking.
I feel like I have like 3 uncles that would do that.
Oh, dude, you know what scene in this film really, really hits home? And I'm pretty sure it's footage from Canada, to be honest, actually, because I've seen the footage, I think, multiple times on the seal scene where they're
fake too, I think.
The seals, no, it's not. That's a big fucking deal in Canada. That's been a big deal forever.
I think
that's real.
Yeah, no, dude, that's real, dude. That was a big issue here in Canada for years and years and years. I'm not sure if that particular footage came from here. I'm assuming it probably did. It looks like it did. Yeah, that's pretty fucking brutal. That's not
more animal shit.
Yeah,
we love our animals. Hey, what can we say?
But I mean, it was
a seal clubbing which featured choreographed clubbing to avoid harming the seals.
No, what about the aftermath scenes? Like when they shoot all the skin seals and stuff like that. I've seen the footage before. I mean, it was a big fucking thing up here.
They do like also do that where they'll like splice like fake shit with real shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
that's what I'm saying.
The scene where the girl like jumps off the building and dies, like that is real.
Yeah,
but then like it's intercut with like people running up the stairs to stop her and shit. That's fake.
Yeah,
like so some of that stuff is trickery.
Maybe the clubbing with the seals and stuff, with the aftermath, when they show the aftermath of like all those fucking seals all skinned and shit. There's no way they fucking fake that. It's not like they can CG that. But I've seen the footage before though, so.
Yeah, I've seen seal clubbing.
It's brutal. Too. Like it's very absolutely brutal.
It was a big thing up here on like snow and white, and the blood just looks so much worse.
Hey, you want to go clubbing seals tonight?
Maybe. And they just look like fucking sea puppies. So it's like,
right.
Yeah, I don't want to get into the politics of it, but it was yeah, it was pretty bad.
There's any politics of not fucking clubbing seals.
Like, yeah, you're a piece of shit if you do.
No, just it's in Canada. Yeah, there's a huge political thing with that. That's I don't want to get into it here. It's just it's not gonna. I don't want to get into that here. But
what else?
I don't know.
The electrocution scene. That was like one that always stuck in my mind as a kid. I don't know why, even though that's also like completely stupid and obviously
the chair scene.
Fake. Yeah.
You know what's so cool, man? Tom Horsball, he's got like a bust of that scene in his video store. It's so fucking cool. It's super cool, man.
I did like the story behind it. How he like raped like an 80-year-old woman. Because he's like, the bitch gave me a hard time or whatever the hell the reason was, or something stupid.
Yeah. I think even watching that shit younger, like there was definitely things in this film where I was like, yeah, that's definitely not real. I didn't buy into the electrocutions at all.
Yeah, that was fake.
That was definitely, even the monkey, I was like, no, that's not doing it for me. But no, I mean, I think overall, like, I mean, face value of the film, you know, you can take it for what it is. You know, there's some real shit, there's some fake stuff and stuff, but I think
death value.
Yeah, but I think overall, the idea of the pseudo documentary works really well. Like I said, it raises a lot of questions. It really gets you thinking about like different types of death. Like there's one point in the film where he questions people, like thrill seekers, like do they have a wish? You know, do they have a death wish or not? Like there's certain questions that, like, why do people fucking do that shit? I'm like, just adrenaline. Do they have a death wish?
Alive, bro.
Feel alive. Like, I mean, why do people do this shit? But it's, I mean,
I think like someone like Travis Pastrana, I think like I think I remember hearing like they did like some studies on his like brain and shit, and like he just doesn't have like the part that makes you scared or something like that. Or it's like fucking, I don't know if that's true or not, but
could be.
It fucking
probably
seems
is,
like it, dude. Because that guy does some fucking gnarly shit.
I've seen like x-rays of his body, and it's like the most crazy shit I've ever seen.
Yeah. Like he might actually have the record for like the most broken bones.
It's absolutely insane. But I think you could be right though. I mean, maybe he's lacking that part of the brain that tells him, this is the stupidest fucking thing you could ever do in your life,
Yeah.
the fear, but maybe that's what it is. I mean, I've always said jumping out of a plane is the stupidest fucking thing you could ever do.
He did it without a parachute.
But that's what I'm saying. Other people are like, that's the most exhilarating thing. But I'm scared of heights, though. So who am I to talk? So
that's not heights.
Jumping out of a plane?
Yeah.
It's heights
anymore. When you're so high, it's not even heights.
I have no problem flying. I love flying. I would get on a plane right now. I don't care. I love flying. But it's weird. I just feel secure in them.
Yeah, you're not falling in
like
open air.
Yeah, but it's still like, even when I'm taking off, like I will watch us rise and rise. But like if I get on like a bridge or something, I can't even, I freak out, dude. Like it's too high for me. I can't look down, but I can look down in a plane because I'm secured in it. I feel safe.
You should watch that movie Fall. Kind of has some good heights.
Yeah, and you'll be scared.
I hate being scared of heights because even like I said, when I'm watching movies with like these establishing shots, like upon buildings and stuff, or characters like on, the edge of a building and shit, I'm just like, I get the butterflies and I'm, ugh.
Yeah, you should definitely watch Fall if you haven't.
I don't think I could.
There's a sequel coming. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I don't know. Like, honestly, like, if I've ever been in like a really high building and like looking out the windows and shit, that even like fucks with me a little bit. But it's more like, it's like I'm in like a giant metal thing, like in the like this thing was built all the way up here. Like it feels like it shouldn't be up here. Like it's like a weird feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Heights don't bother me at all. Like for me, it's like claustrophobia is like my biggest fear.
Yeah. It's funny, man.
Like if I see people
so
like
weird you said that,
crawling in like a cave system that's like a skin tight fit, that shit really fucks with me, man.
I've come to the conclusion that a lot of people that are afraid of heights don't have claustrophobia, and it's vice versa. So my wife, completely not scared of heights. Like she's fucking all about being on the highest shit, like just doing whatever. She doesn't give a fuck. Terrified. I even put a sheet over her head. She fucking loses her mind. Where claustrophobia
doesn't that crazy.
It doesn't bother me one bit, but we're like completely opposites. Completely opposites. With claustrophobia.
Like for me, like claustrophobia, yeah, definitely like where you're like literally trapped and you can't move. Obviously, that's like a massive fear. But for me, like another big one for me is like going into like a public building that's like overcrowded, where I feel like I'm like trapped. And like if there's like an exit, I feel like and I can't get to it. Like that's the shit that
what's weird about that? I love being in situations like that because I always feel like I'm just safe. Like at a concert, like when you're shoulder to shoulder and you can't go, like I'm calm as fuck, dude. It doesn't bother me.
I'm like, fire happens, I'm dead.
Yeah, see, like it doesn't. I don't think like that. I'm just like, I'm cool, man. I'm cool in the middle. I'm fine. It's weird, but yeah.
When I'm at a concert, best believe I'm standing in the back.
Yeah, I generally, I mean, I'm old now. I don't really go on the floors anymore. I stay in the seats, but so. But I do feel like that's weird. People that have these heights thing are not claustrophobic and vice versa. I don't know if that's true. Maybe it's just the situation I'm in, but I have no idea.
I think you are because my wife, she's afraid of heights, but she's not claustrophobic.
Weird. Yeah, it's trippy. It's a theory that I've been looking into, and I seem to be finding more and more evidence of it being true. So, you ever scuba dive before?
Fuck no.
See, you can't do it. See,
that is something I will never, ever, ever.
Oh my
do.
God,
I will
bro.
jump out of a plane 100 times before I'll scuba dive.
I'm telling you right now, scuba diving is the most peaceful thing in the world, man. Diving? It's so cool to be underneath water and breathing and just being around like wow. It's fucking amazing, dude. I love it. See, for you, it's like claustrophobic, right?
It's like the claustrophobia thing about it, like not having air.
I love
it. Not being able to breathe.
Oh, you could just like stay close to the surface.
Oh my God, dude.
Oh yeah, I'll go snorkeling. Hell yeah.
But like if you can go down a little bit, So much fucking fun, man.
I'm not going
go down.
I'm not going down further than if I had to like just the tank magically disappeared. I could still make it back up. I ain't going further than that.
Yeah. Well, you can only go.
I could do that.
I mean, as a novice, you can only go so deep, anyways. So it is what it is. But the first, like when I got down so far, so there's a lake I used to go to all the time, and there was a plane that crashed in the lake. And we used to go down there and fucking check out the plane. They never actually found the bodies, which is kind of cool. So I was always like, every time we go down there, like looking for the bodies. Of course, I'm not going to fucking find the bodies. It happened like
DB Cooper, dog.
It happened like 30 fucking years before I even went down there. But it was kind of cool. Like there's a plane in the, it was like a little Cessna down in the water, and I'm like searching around. It's fucking cool, man. It's such a cool feeling, man. And it's crazy. Like it's actually true. Like, you go in the water and fish are always around those things because they love. It's like being in the ocean. Every time there's something in there, there's fish everywhere. It's fucking cool, man. I love scuba diving.
Go down to, what was that thing? What was that fucking thing that, what was the name of that fucking shitty sub that blew up by the Titanic?
Oh, at Ocean Gate. Was that what it was called?
Yeah. Yeah, that thing, dude.
It's
the
just
guy
like
with the fucking
yeah.
remote that just like fucking like, what did it do?
Imploded in like a split second.
Yeah. Like, did you watch the documentary on
Netflix?
The
YouTube
They're controlling that bitch with like the whole Mad Catz controller.
That guy was like actually a piece of shit. Like the whole documentary is everyone saying like, this is the problem with your vessel. It won't work because of this. Like they're just the entire time like scientists like, this is a bad idea. They do tests like, oh, it cracked here. You can't do this. This is a bad idea. And he's just like, nope, it'll be fine. And he just
could you imagine if he wasn't on that voyage and he was like alive today? Like he would be the most hated person in the world, probably.
He would have had like some crazy live trial.
Yeah, it's crazy how stupid that guy actually is. It's like the tiniest little crack, it's over.
Yeah.
The thing couldn't even handle
and it was built out of like carbon fiber, which is like a bunch of like really layers of things.
Then like they kept like in the dock, they kept like doing tests on it, it kept cracking, and they were like, dude, this stuff's not strong enough to withstand the pressure. And he's like, it'll be fine.
Yeah. And then that like YouTuber was like in there with him and shit, and like didn't like and like and didn't do anything, so like didn't end up doing any voyages or whatever. That shit's crazy, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That is wild that happened. But anyway, Face's death. Anything else on this one?
Did we actually talk about it?
I mean, it's kind of hard to talk about.
Like, no, I mean it's
documentary. About
it's literally a bunch of scenes. It's a bunch of scenes.
It's a highlight reel.
No, like I said, like the one scene that fucks me up the most is the plane scene. That one's hardcore.
For me, it's the slaughterhouse shit. That's worse for me.
The slaughterhouse is it's brutal.
Rough.
Yeah, Flight 182, man. I remember hearing about Flight 182, like even when I was younger, because I was always obsessed with like shit like that.
Is that fucking Final Destination? Wasn't that Flight 182?
180.
No, I don't think it's 182, but yeah.
Did you guys see the deleted footage, the outtakes that they discovered in the special features?
No, I actually didn't watch those.
It was like 14 minutes, and it was like specifically like outtakes of like the fake shit. Oh. And they were showing outtakes of the monkey scene, the bear scene, the alligator scene, and probably some others. But
fake as shit, yeah.
But what's really funny is that shit is so fucking fake. You don't even realize how fake it is. Like the bear scene, the bear is literally just a stationary bear with an open mouth that doesn't even close, and they just like move it. Like the alligator scene is literally him like on a fucking like chomping on a mannequin.
Yeah, dude, I always thought that was the fakest shit when I was younger. I was like, that's bullshit. There's no way that's real.
So yeah, like watching those like outtakes, it's like really gave me like, it made me more impressed that they actually like made a watchable fucking movie out of that footage.
Because it's not bad. I mean, it's really not bad. I mean, just think about it. 1978. How many people were like, that's fake? They're probably fucking terrified watching this shit. I mean, I can't say for sure how many people actually saw it when it came out, Like, what do you think? The amount of people, I'm assuming most people probably saw this when it came on media.
Yeah, I think when it came out on VHS is when most people started watching it.
Yeah, right. What was the first year it got released?
I have no idea.
Because it was 78. It's obviously just pre when tapes are probably starting to come out.
Here,
Maybe commercially. No, there was commercial tapes in 78 for sure. I don't know. I don't know when this shit would have been banging. Fuck, it would have done good if you released this shit in about 1980. 2 years later would have been crazy. 80, 81. But I think it's a really important piece of like, kind of cinema history, really.
83 is when the VHS came out.
Yeah, so it was right in the heyday then. Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy. 5 years later.
Yep.
The old days when you had to wait years to fucking get a movie.
Right. Because it wasn't like there was definitely no theatrical to this. It was just.
I think it was theatrically released.
Was it really?
Was I at?
No fucking way. Was it really?
It was a massive box office success internationally, particularly in Japan.
So was it shown in like North America? Or was it just internationally shown?
Let's see.
I thought it wasn't shown in North America theatrically. I could be wrong though. Wow, this says the budget on this was 450,000. What the fuck? No way. There's no way. Half the footage is fucking stock footage.
They keep trying to give me like the remake, like money.
Yeah, it's the tough thing about searching this shit now.
So basically what it's saying is that it reportedly grossed over 35 million worldwide, but like domestic numbers weren't really like collected. So like those numbers aren't really known.
Yeah, it probably didn't show in many theaters. I would assume probably in North America, but yeah, who knows? Who fucking knows?
That's crazy. $35 million.
Yeah, well, for on the budget, like this was a box office hit technically.
Right.
I mean, it's no back rooms, but but yeah, crazy shit. All right, so what do you guys rate this one? It's such a fucking hard thing to rate. I don't even know how to.
This is another one where it's like I don't even know what to rate this one. I finally logged on Letterboxd. I'm not even gonna rate it. It's unrateable to me. I mean, if you watch the idea of just like watching it, like fake stuff as a doc, like it is like it is like interesting, like as a doc, like it has its purpose, and maybe it'll be the most elegant thing, but like it's not like just like mindless slop. But then like if you watch it and kind of get into it, you also get to a point where like I'm just watching like stock footage of like gore comps, and that's not something I think well-adjusted people exactly do. So I don't know. Like at the same time, it's like weird to say like like. It's an interesting curiosity watch, but it's like I don't like or dislike this movie. It's just like it's a thing.
I mean, again, I think in the narrative it does pose questions and it does kind of progressive a little bit throughout the film and stuff. And I think there's enough there that it's kind of intriguing. Again, it just poses questions. It doesn't try to answer them, which I think is actually a really cool concept. It just kind of shows you the ideas as the faces of death, right? And like, it's not trying to do too much with the idea. And I think it works on all levels for what it does. For myself, I mean, it's a solid watch. I mean, it's not something I'm going back to. Like, am I just gonna be like, hey, honey, you want to come downstairs and watch Faces of Death for the 14th time? Like, yeah, like that's probably not happening, right? So
this is like something you watch like once every like 15 to 20 years.
Yeah, well, the last time I watched is when the Gorgon Blu-ray came out because I have that one too. So I watched that, and probably the last time I watched it whenever it came out. So yeah, it's been a few years, but I did appreciate a lot more watching it this time, for sure. Kind of understood like the narrative and what they were going for a little bit more and stuff. So, but I mean, Banter, I give it like on an entertainment value, like it's like a 7 for me. I think it's like a 7 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, I think I'm like around a 6 range. Like what JP was saying earlier, like I'm like him, like I don't ever and I never have like felt the need to like seek out the real like death shit. Like I was
Exactly.
never on rotten.com and or any of that
Mm.
shit. And any time I was on that website is because I was at a friend's house and he's like, check this out.
Yeah,
Isn't it
Like,
weird
exactly.
that the people that are really into horror tend to not want to see real death, where people that aren't into horror?
I regret
It's just
my
like
and
curiosity.
they're also the first people to criticize you for not being into like real shit. It's like
Yeah.
you like fucking horror movies, but you're not into this.
I do regret watching a couple of videos when I was younger because I can't unsee them. I just never forget them. But like it's something I will never go and seek out ever again because I've
Right.
seen one or two things. I'm like, fuck, dude, like that's just that's I'm not sick. I
yep,
mean,
I'm
we've been
out.
called sick before in 22 shots because we champion like Serbian film. Like I always bring that up, and I was like, dude, you're fucked. You're fucked. Like you're probably the same person that's watching fucking these beheadings and shit and go, yeah, this is fucking amazing. But fuck you guys for liking Serbian film. It's like what? It's hypocritical shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, I mean, I think that's a misconception that a lot of people have with like big horror time fans. Like, oh, you guys are fucking big sickos and shit. Like, no, it's entertainment, man. We like the fake shit. We're not trying to seek out fucking real, fucking snuff films
Yeah, we
and real
are
death
into the
videos.
art
And
of filmmaking.
yeah, dude, we
It is
like
a real
films, dude.
thing.
Yeah. Yeah, just because we watch horror films don't mean we go out and, seduce fucking prostitutes and cut their heads off and shit and go fuck their pussies a week later in the bush like Ted Bundy.
Maybe you guys don't.
Oh God, Ted Bundy was amazing. That's so wrong in so many levels, but
But yeah, not
he was a sick
into
fuck. He was a sick fuck.
super sick fuck. But yeah, not into Mondo movies, never have been, never will
Yeah.
be. But the only one I'll be okay with watching is this one. And
Yeah.
I'm probably like, yeah, a 6 out of 10. I'll watch it once every 15 to 20 years and be like,
Yeah.
okay.
This is probably my favorite watch I've ever had, though, for sure.
Me too.
But again, it's rough. There's some rough shit, man. I agree. This slaughterhouse stuff, man, is really brutal. I mean, you think back in the day, like before, they changed the methods and stuff. It just was brutal. Like that is fucking brutal to watch. Could you imagine doing that all day? What the fuck is wrong with people?
Yeah,
Like,
you go home and then you kill people with a chainsaw and you eat them.
You probably
man,
get to like take some meat home though. That's
but
gotta
you
be
just
a big
become
deal.
so like lost in reality. Like, if I had to like cut open animals all day, you just become numb to everything. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
they mentioned that in the movie that like the
Yeah,
guys that work there are just like, yeah, it's just an everyday part of life
yeah,
now.
yeah.
They don't even think about it.
But they didn't think like that before they started, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh fuck, man, it's like it's the way it is. It's the way
They
to
became
earn a
a
living.
cog in the machine.
Damn, bro, it's fucked up.
They made it into a game
It's like a
to make
Pac-Man.
work more fun.
Yeah.
Who can cut the most animals open today? That's what they call it.
All right, so that's going to conclude Faces of Death from 1978. What's y'all's release of the month?
For me, it's Mutant.
There's no winners here. There's only losers.
I'll say Faces of Death. It's a nice package. The
I mean, that
4K
would
looks
be.
nice. It has a really cool book that comes with it.
I
And
didn't
yeah,
even
like,
rate it actually. Just realized.
Oh
oh yeah,
no.
go for it.
I give it a 6.5.
Nice.
But yeah, sweet package.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of confusing that it's a VSA, not a VS proper.
No, because
Because-
that's the point of VSA. It's like the video store stuff.
What'd you guys
Yeah,
do
but
with your
it's-
stickers?
But it made $35 million.
I put it on my bum bum.
I gave one to my wife and I kept one in my case.
Wait,
Yeah.
$35 million? That's from VHS sales.
No, like it was released theatrically and it made $35 million worldwide.
Okay, maybe worldwide. Fuck? It definitely didn't do that in the US.
No, I think it's worldwide. Yeah.
Yeah, it's worldwide.
Yeah. Europeans are weird.
They said it was mostly in Japan.
Yeah.
The Japanese love it.
Oh, the Japanese.
That completely makes sense.
Yeah, they had the guinea pig stuff, right?
They're fucking, they watch some.
Well, it was guinea pig stuff way after this, but.
They make some bizarre stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you pick, what do you two pick for release of the month?
I mean, I guess it would be Faces of Death by Devox, not picking fucking Boarding Gate.
Boarding Pass.
No, it's
Boarding Pass.
Boarding Pass.
Yeah, but you called it Boarding Pass for like a month.
He did. I can't get one.
Right.
What the fuck is called Boarding Pass?
Boarding Gate's like a good name for it.
Yeah, Boarding Gate. That just sounds dumb. Like Boarding Pass.
It's about departures. It's departures. Shut up. Fucking take that French somewhere else.
What about you, Moodz?
My release of the month is going to be, I don't even fucking have it here, man. Savage Vows.
Okay.
Throw this curveball in at the very end.
Faces of Death is the winner.
Yeah, it's out in the other room. So.
All right.
That was the one I had the most fun with this month, man, to be honest. It was kind of fun.
As for next month, which actually I think this is the first time we've recorded in a while where I didn't have the next month's titles already.
Oh, really? I have mine. Well, I have one of them. I have like the one I pre-ordered.
Wait, where the hell is my shit? Do you have yours?
I think mine shipped like 2 days ago.
I have like the one.
I'll probably get it the next day or
How do you have your shit before us?
Because I picked in the beginning of the month what my title was. So I have that one. I don't have like our main yet. No.
Oh yeah, he picked a partner release. And those.
Yeah. So I already have that one.
They ship faster?
Yeah, when it came in, I was just gonna add my like Black Friday sale to my existing order, and it came in before like that sale even went around. I was like, oh, okay then.
So you already have My Name Ain't Susie?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yep. They shipped that to me like by itself.
Okay, so I don't have my shit either.
Yep. My Name Ain't Susie.
All right, so yeah, Tyler, you're doing My Name Ain't Susie. I am doing the Homeboys, Michael Fish's movie, Butcher's Bluff. Who released that one? Like, we didn't put the releases on here.
It was Michael Fish.
I can't remember who released that one.
Was it Dark Star?
I think it's Dark Star. I can't remember.
They usually put out those fucking cheap slashers.
Yeah.
They're pretty fun. Can't wait to talk shit.
JP, what are you doing?
Yeah, another month where I was like, I don't know what the fuck to do. I was originally gonna do this because first we were gonna do like one of the secret titles as the feature review, but then once they came out, we were like, or you guys were like, and I was gonna do the one we didn't do, but then you guys started wrenching my game because now there's two. So it's
we ended up doing none of them.
Yeah, so I ended up just pivoting completely and figured since I didn't see this movie when we talked about it on the March Madness episode, I was like, maybe I'll watch this finally. But it's the remake of Night Watch.
Nice.
It's cool. I'm excited to watch that again.
I like it, man. It's good.
I was actually going to pick Butcher's Bluff, actually.
Well,
I would have picked that too if I wasn't picking last.
Yeah, I just fortunately was. Maybe we should get Mikey on the next show.
He don't do Blu-ray, bro.
Oh yeah, maybe they should put a DVD.
You kind of have to. You kind of have.
It's kind of funny, man. He's in a movie that he won't even buy because it's on Blu-ray.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he wouldn't even be able to participate because he'd have to like buy.
Yeah.
Like Sasado Volume 4, he would never buy that.
No.
ever.
No, I would never expect him to do that. It's ridiculous.
You can't read it.
And Tony,
honestly,
what are you doing?
if we didn't do so late, Dave Parker would have been a good one to get because I know he likes those pink line stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The pervert
Dave would be
movies.
sweet to get on because he's a sub.
But Dave.
It's just a recording thing. Like he could never do this.
Oh,
yeah.
Thursday night. No, he couldn't do this right now. No.
Well, and not even just that it's Thursday night. It's Thursday way late at night.
Yeah.
Like you
Yeah.
guys
Oh yeah, it's late for
He was
us.
going to the
yeah.
gym in like 3 hours.
Oh yeah, you guys are pushing like 1 a.m. right now.
No, dude,
I
I've
got-
stayed at his house before. The motherfucker wakes up on a Saturday at like fucking 5 a.m. and starts working out. Like it's insane.
Yeah. He's maniacal, man. And then Tony, you're doing
The VSA, what is it called?
Killer on Wheels.
Killer on Wheels.
Killer on Wheels. Meow, meow, meow.
That's
It's
gonna be a
like Hong
decent month.
Kong biker exploitation from the 70s. Sounds pretty cool.
I think this could be a pretty decent month, actually.
That's what you think.
I think Sasado 4 is gonna be pretty good. It's gonna be an interesting
Dang.
conversation with 3 of his films because actually one of them is like full length. It's like a 90-minute film. It's like the first one that's been over an hour.
Wow.
That movie's gonna feel so long.
Yeah, I know,
it
right?
is. Yeah.
You must have feeling ambitious that day.
Yeah, but that is that.
Yeah, that is that. Yeah, that is. Is that everything? Is that everything that we got there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so.
that. Yeah, we're
All right.
almost halfway through the season. Next month will be halfway, I think.
Yep. Episode 6.
We can already spoil what we're doing on that show if we wanted to.
Oh, the month after? Yeah, because
Right.
we don't do picks. Yeah. What did we decide?
We decided The Voices of Desire,
The AGFA title.
the AGFA
Yeah.
title.
Yeah, it's not written in here yet.
And then the top 5 or how I always forget how we fucking do it. It's like we always decide our own lists on how we like.
Yeah, I
do
did.
them.
I do. So what I do is I pick 5 random titles in my
Yeah.
collection and
That's
do
what I did.
reviews on
That's
those.
right.
And
Yeah, I
then
did that
do a
last
top
year.
5
last year,
of
too.
the halfway point of the year of just titles released this year.
Gotcha. That's right. Last year I did the top 5 70s horror movies in my collection that I hadn't watched yet. That was fun.
Yeah.
I might do that again if there are some. Pick a different
Like
decade.
that were released this year?
No, just like Vinegar Syndrome titles in my collection that
Oh, I
were
see.
70s horror movies that just hadn't gotten to yet.
Because that show we each do a segment and then we each do a
Right.
top 5 list.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do for that one, but like, so I've watched every single title I own that I bought this year from Vinegar Syndrome. It's crazy. Like it's like 50 something titles.
Why don't one of you guys do a?
I already know what my top 5 is.
Why don't you guys do? One of you guys do like a fucking hidden gems of Vinegar Syndrome or something.
Yeah,
I don't got that many movies from them.
That'd be fun.
I could definitely do one.
Like throughout the entire catalog, 5 hidden gem recommendations or something.
Yeah.
Because I just do 5 random titles.
Moodz will pick 5 that are like out of print and worth like $200.
Of course.
Of course, yeah.
I would
But
expect
yeah,
nothing
pick it up
less.
Like just
eBay,
Vinegar
man.
Syndrome titles or like overall?
Anything
I
overall.
remember 2 years
Overall?
ago.
I mean, you
Daddy's
can do
like-
whatever. It's your fucking segment.
Yeah,
but I'm
right.
just saying my idea was overall.
I might do proper actually.
That would be kind of cool.
Yeah,
I'm
I might
just
do
gonna-
proper actually. I might actually do that. I'll pick 5 titles that I like highly recommend, like kind of hidden ones that just don't get talked about for sure. Actually, I already know
Everybody
one of
already
them.
knows to pick up Madman
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Christmas Evil. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right.
Don't go in the woods. You're number 1.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Fucking love that movie.
Dope.
All right, guys. Well, I guess that's going to conclude episode 5 here. And fuck yeah, man.
All right. We'll see you guys next month.
Yeah. All right, we're out of here.
Peace.
See ya.
Deuces.
Bye.
I guess it would be this month, maybe.
Oh, we gotta take the thumbnail.
I knew someone. I knew.